a 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. The evidence is in your face. This is a recap. All right, let's talk. The evidence is in your face. Has been such an interesting day. I'm here. I am back live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, the evidence is in your face. This is a recap. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I'm going back and I'm doing a recap. I'm going back in history. I'm going back in time. I'm going back because there are some things that I needed to cover. And the people have been literally asking me to go back in time and to bring back some of the content that I have spoken some years ago. And so that's exactly what I'm doing, peoples. That is exactly what I am doing, peoples. I am going back in time. Now, there's going to be some videos that I'm going to show. So let me go ahead and let me call this particular live up. This is some good juicy juicies, peoples. This is some good juicy juicies, and I am so happy that the people are reaching out to me for me to go back into history and to bring up some lives that I had talked about back in the day. Now, if you had watched the live on last night, oh my goodness, peoples, you would have literally had a treat if you watched the live on last night. And so, peoples, I'm going to go back, and I'm going back, peoples. I'm going back in history. I'm going back in time, and I'm calling up all of this good juicy. You know, I'm going back in time. Well, I see that T Slay is back in action. I see that she's back in action because she made a live. So you know, this is a call out to T Slay. It's a call out to T Slay. If you want to come and argue your point, this is a call out to Custom Design. If you want to come on and argue your point, then you know, you're more than welcome. Hello, everyone. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Glad to see you all here on tonight. This is going to be another epic live, peoples. I am working on content right now to bring to you for the Kenneka Jenkins anniversary. And it's going to be very stunning, peoples. It's going to be a good collage of all of my classics and things. And we're really going to dive deeply into the case, peoples, because again, What the people thought that Kenneka Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment, if you didn't see the live on last night, well, then you missed a treat. I said you missed a treat, peoples, because see, on last night, I had literally went live, and it was a recap, but it literally brought validity to the various things that I have been saying in this particular case. And if you missed it, peoples, I implore you to go and watch the live on last night, because again, it literally sets the foundation as to what I have been speaking about forever and a day. And so, in order for you to get a greater understanding as to what Edward Joseph is trying to convey to you, peoples, well, then you need to watch the live on last night, because the live on last night clearly demonstrates unequivocally and undeniably how Kenneka Jenkins could not have ever walked the halls of that establishment on the night. She was never alive, peoples. She was never alive. And so I have literally outlined it, and TM had endorsed it, because TM had told you herself that Kenneka Jenkins was never there on the night. She told you that. And so, peoples, I'm gonna let you have it. I'm just gonna let you have it. For all of those people who believes that Kenneka Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment, I'm just going to let you have it, because I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to consistently and insistently keep going back to try to tell the people that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. The thing is, peoples, and I'm just going to simply say this. If you believe that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment and then walked herself into the freezer, well, then my question is simple, and it's going to be simply this. Why would anybody purposely, or either to the degree as they proclaimed that she was so inebriated and hooshed up with some topiramate in her system, why would she ever go into a kitchen and make a beeline straight back into a freezer? That doesn't make no sense, people. Does it? And then even if you hypothetically speak that she did, well, then what happened after that? What you're saying is, if you say that she walked herself into the kitchen in the upper level and walk back there towards the freezer, well, then people's, what you're basically saying is that Kenneka Jenkins killed herself. That's basically what you're saying in a nutshell. And it ain't no argument. It ain't nothing else to talk about. Because if you believe that that was Kenneka Jenkins walking herself in the kitchen and straight back into a freezer, well, then, people, you already came to the conclusion without an illusion that Kenneka Jenkins killed herself. That's basically what you're saying, peoples. That's basically what you're saying. And so it doesn't matter if anybody locked the freezer door. It doesn't matter about anything else in this case, because simply put, peoples, if you ever believe that Kenneka Jenkins walked herself into the kitchen and into the freezer, well, then that's it. That's it. That's all. We might as well just hang up the Kenneka Jenkins case, because it ain't nothing to talk about, peoples. It really ain't. Because if that's what you believe, I have no argument with you. I'm going to let you have it. I really don't have no argument with you, people. So I'm going to let you have it. And so if that's what you believe, well, then basically what you're telling me and everybody else in this community, that Kenneka Jenkins walked herself into the freezer and laid down and died. Simply put, no argument from me. I'm not going to argue, because if that's what you believe, peoples, that is what you believe. and you believe that Kenneka killed herself. Basically, that's what you're saying. Now, irregardless of the fact that TM had told us that Kenneka was down there in the freezer with an employee for over 2 hours. That's what TM said. It came from her lips. Now, if that be the case, peoples, well, then we got to look at this case differently, because TM is basically giving us a blueprint. TM is basically saying that Kenneka didn't kill herself. But again, what is she saying? Because she took the money, and what she's saying is that it was an accident. But by her saying that Kenneka was down there in the freezer with an employee for 2 hours, well, peoples, it couldn't have been an accident. What was Kenneka doing in the kitchen that TM had saw the video footage? I said, what was Kenneka doing, peoples? Was she down there playing tiddlywinks? You know what was Kenneka doing, peoples? That's the question that I pose to the people. See, peoples, I have looked and I have talked about this case for over 7 years. And it's time now to get to some clarity. Because, see, the thing is, I got tired of arguing with people. Now you can listen to all of the other content creators and things and listen to them, put a spin to this case and things. But Edward Joseph is just going to give it to you raw and uncut. I'm going to give it to you from what they said, not from what I said. I'm going to give it to you from what they said. And I'm piecing this thing together based upon what they said. Period. That's it. That's all. So now if you want to believe that Kenneka Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment, well, then my question to you is simply this: how did it happen? And when did it happen? And why is it that only Kenneka Jenkins, out of a group of all of these people that was at the establishment, the only one inebriated to the degree to where she is so impaired, peoples? Now, you can't have it both ways, peoples. She can't be carried. She can't be carted in a cart. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then walk in the halls of that establishment. I mean, you got to pick one of the other, peoples. I hear people say that, oh, yeah, well, she was in the cart and she was wheeled in the kitchen and stuff. Well, if that be the case, well, then how could she walk the halls of the establishment? How could she walk herself into the kitchen, into a freezer? And then if she was carried, well, then how could she walk the halls of that establishment and walk herself into the freezer? Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And then all of the other narratives. Well, she was never there. And she was at the Marriott, and she was at Schiller's Park, and she was at Doubletree, and she was at a party on the west side of Chicago. All of these narratives. But even if you believe all of that, peoples, then it still comes back to the simple question. If you believe all of that, then how could she walk the halls of that establishment? You can't be carried. You cannot not be there, and you can't be at Schiller's Park in the Marriott in the west side of Chicago and carted in a cart or any other sort and walk the halls of that establishment. It doesn't work that way, peoples. It doesn't work that way, because if she was commandeered in any way, shape, form, or another, peoples, there is no way that she can walk the halls of that establishment and then walk herself into a freezer. So this is why I don't even want to challenge or even discuss or even argue with stupid people. Do you understand what I'm saying? Kenneka Jenkins was never omnipresent, peoples, because I hear people say, oh, yeah, well, that was Kenneka and she was in the front and she had on some Uggs. Kenneka Jenkins had on Jordans, peoples. That wasn't Kenneka in the revolving door in the front lobby. That was a girl who the people called Ball Balls because she had her hair like Mickey Mouse. And so they called her Ball Balls. It wasn't Kenneka. Why would Kenneka be at the front of the establishment and then walk out with someone in some Uggs when she came into the establishment with some Jordans? Why was she, peoples? I mean, help me to make that make sense. And then you guys go back and forth with, oh, well, yeah, France Cave and this guy did this and that to her and all like that. Well, what did France Cave do? Well, what did the guy do? Because one thing is for certain, peoples, is that we've seen Kenneka in the freezer and we've seen Kenneka in a certain position. That is one thing that is for certain. That is for certain. And I've already expressed to you how the freezer looked. You've seen the ice under her toe, and then you've seen the ice melt, and then you've seen the frozen puddle of water. So that means that whoever was in there with her was in there for some length of time, peoples, because the ice melted under her toe in the same position that she was in. And so it took some time for the ice to melt. So when you want to go and you want to give a narrative, peoples, to this case, well, then you got to look at the obvious. And the obvious is that she's in a freezer. She's in a certain position. And she's deceased. That is the obvious. And in a piece of ice is tucked under her foot. That is the obvious. Anything else, you can speculate, you can come with conjecture, you can argue the point, you can think of this and that and the other, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, peoples, it has to make sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? It has to make sense. And see, the thing is, peoples, if you ever looked at the live that I did on last night and you listen to the 911 calls and all of the 911 calls that was made and things, one thing about the 911 call that you do not hear is the constant beep, beep, beep. A real 911 caller would not have a conversation with a person who just lost their daughter and then giving her advice as to what she should do. That should already tell you and should already be a red flag for you peoples. That is the play. That is the play. You go call 911 and then 911 dispatchers will ask you all types of questions and wanting to see what your emergency is, and then immediately dispatch police to your location. Well, when TM called 911, I mean, it was a conversation, peoples. It was no urgency. It was no emergency in her voice. And then the 911 caller wasn't professional at all. And then it didn't have the standard types of sounds that you would normally hear in a 911 call. And then for the 911 caller or dispatcher to give her advice and telling her, oh, well, she was just missing and, you know, people. So let me bring out a couple of facts in the 911 call. One, they never did run her name. Did you hear what I said? I said they never ran her name. They only put her in the leads and not the CAD. CAD means that they dispatch the information to all units all over the United States. They never did that. They never ran her name. Why didn't they run her name? Because it was part of the play, peoples. And that's the one thing that you need to understand. They never ran her name. If you listen to the live on last night, you will hear what the dispatcher had asked the other dispatcher. Did you run her name? They didn't. Detective Kevin Kittenbell had entered her information into the leads, which is local, which is the internal department, but nothing else than that. So that's already a red flag. And then he closed it out in the leads, peoples. They never gave this no weight whatsoever. It was an open and shut case because they already knew that the girl was deceased. You got 40 cameras in the establishment, and you mean to tell me that you can't keep track of one drunk girl or supposedly been drunk walking the halls of that establishment and you don't know where they are? People's, come on now. You got to literally put on your thinking caps. Let's get real here for a moment. You guys get all worked up and all in your feelings. You guys, I hear all of this madness of what you've been speaking for years and stuff. Oh, I can't sleep. I can't think. I can't do this. I can't do that. But you're giving in to all of the conspiracy theories, peoples. Bring it back down to common sense. Common sense, peoples. What is common sense? Common sense means that you only got 5 clips out of this whole thing to where you only supposed to had seen this girl in certain areas. That's it. That's all. In the live that I played last night, you heard TM say that the friends had left her in front of the lobby. Well, if the friends left her in the front of the lobby, where is Kenneka in the front of the lobby? Because we know peoples that the cameras caught all of everybody else in the lobby. And we know that the only way that Kenneka could get to the lobby, if she was walking, is she had to be on camera, peoples. Ain't no way that she's going to be able to navigate the whole entire hotel without being caught on other cameras. And especially if she's getting off the elevator, where is the lobby footage? How did she get from the lower level to the upper level kitchen and walk herself into a freezer, peoples? She's got to be on video footage. She's got to be on camera. You mean to tell me it's just so convenient that this girl just literally bypassed every camera that would have caught her on these surveillance video footage, peoples? And you guys just take that, oh, well, we didn't see her, so obviously, they said 6 cameras out of 40 cameras in that whole entire establishment didn't work. And those 6 cameras did not pick up Kenneka Jenkins, but they picked up everybody else. Really, peoples? Really? I mean, come on, peoples. It is time to get real with this thing here, and it's time for you guys to get out your insatiable appetite of wondering what happened to Kenneka, because people's, I mean, it's a cut and dry. It's so cut and dry. It's just incredible. Y'all thinking of conspiracies and overkill when it's just so cut and dry. It is clear as daylight, and you guys can't even open up your eyes to see the sunshine. It's incredible, peoples. It's absolutely incredible. And then, the remarkable thing is TM had already told you, them bastards killed my child. She told you. She told you, peoples. Clear as daylight. She told you. But even still, with all saying that and stuff, she still went with the premise that my daughter had killed herself because it was an accident. Because with her, it was all about money. That's all. She didn't give 2 F's about Kenneka. It was all about getting the money. And that's what she got. And it's amazing how people can't even open up their mind to even see the real deal. What was the whole purpose of the protest? The protest was what happened to Kenneka, who killed her. But if it was an accident, as TM had went with, well then why are you guys out there protesting? If it was an accident, and that's the premise that they went on. She said, oh no, I'm not suing for the money and stuff. But people, it was all about the money. She got the money. She got the money. And then you guys got mad because she got the money. And she's living her life because she's got the money. But you guys are all up in arms. You still today can't get no sleep with peoples. It is a cut and dry case. That's all that it is. It is so cut and dry. It's crazy. Y'all listen to all of these content creators. Yeah, France Cave, and look at them, and they're so suspicious and this and that. Yeah. What did France Cave do? What did he do? What did the beverage manager do? What did the other guy that worked with France Cave do? Who written a letter to a content creator? I mean, peoples, the conspiracies is just so crazy. And the obvious is just there. I challenged the content creator that was on my channel the other day, and I asked the question, if that was Kenneka walking into the freezer, well then you are telling me that she killed herself. That's what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying. Peoples, out of all of the places that this girl can walk, why was she just all of a sudden just walk into that particular kitchen and make a straight beeline to a freezer? I need you to think about that for one moment. Even if you think that she was inebriated or whatever, who would just make a straight beeline to a freezer when you got a big kitchen? She walked through all of these different kitchens as you guys proclaim. How did she just happen to just manage to just get into that particular freezer? And she's supposed to be inebriated. Peoples, you don't know the effects of topiramate. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to do a live and I'm going to really break down the effects of topiramate and alcohol. Because I think you guys need to get a little bit more education upon that type of cocktail. And that no one for any length of time would be walking some halls with that type of cocktail in their system. That girl would have died of a heart attack, stroke, whatever, because her heart would have been racing. Just walking alone is building up heat in your body. Your heart would have been overkill. Your brain would have been fried. And then been in a freezer, and then you have cold air blowing on you. And after you've been walking for quite some time and stuff, just that effect alone, people, she would have went into shock. No way that she would have been able to do anything in that freezer. She would have instantly went into shock and would have instantly passed out and died. But see, nobody thinks about that. Nobody talks about that. Everybody wants to continue to keep thinking that Franz Cave did it, and the beverage manager did it, and all of these people did it. They did not do nothing but just be there to cover up the obvious that had transpired with this young lady and others, because there was more than just Kenneka who died. Okay, so since all of these people, like Leave No Witness, and all of these people got the video footage, so they said that it was 2 assaults and batteries, and they called for the ambulance and they called for the police escort. Where is the people who got into a fight? Y'all said that Kenneka got into a fight with somebody. Well, Kenneka got into a fight with somebody. Do you think that her hair would be intact if she got into a fight with somebody on the premises? You think that she just flat iron straight her hair and then just all of a sudden, okay, well, I got my licks on this person, so now let me go ahead and get my drink on and let me walk some halls of this establishment so that people can see me in my full glory and splendor? That doesn't make no sense, peoples. Where is the people who they had taken out of the establishment? Because remember, the area to where the young lady had tripped down by the stairs, they were picking up that carpet. They were replacing the carpet down there. Y'all remember that, right? They had stated, and you heard this on the dispatch, they said 2 assaults and batteries. Well, who was fighting? And they called for the ambulance. So where's the video footage of anybody being taken out on an ambulance on a stretcher? And then why isn't a police escort with the ambulance? Where is the literal fight that happened? I've never seen it. Out of all of the talking points that these content creators had made and things, nobody is focusing upon the various things that they had administered in this case. Where's the assaults and batteries? Who was fighting? What happened to them? Peoples, assault is timid, batteries is serious. Batteries is serious. So what happened to the batteries, peoples? Where is the video footage that shows the people fighting at the Crown Plaza? You didn't see none of the kids acting all out of character and stuff. Everybody is just walking around, and everybody is suspicious. But everybody is walking around. But yet you got dispatch saying that there's 2 assaults and batteries, and they need a police escort. But yet you don't see no video footage of that. None whatsoever. So peoples, help me to, I mean, really, peoples, help me to make this make sense. It is no possible way that Kenneka Jenkins, if she walked the halls of that establishment like you proclaimed, it ain't no way that she could have got to that upper level kitchen without being on some other video footage other than just being in the halls. Okay, so let me say that again, peoples. We saw the video footage of Lenora and TM being escorted into the kitchen. We've seen them on video footage. We've seen them on camera. We've seen TM pointing at the camera. So if they are on camera coming and going to that particular freezer, peoples, why isn't it that we don't see no video footage of a supposed drunk Kenneka walking to the freezer or even entering into that particular kitchen? See, people, you don't want to hear the truth. You like the conspiracy theories. You like the allure. When people are trying to give you actual, factual, and real truth, and breaking this thing down in a very meticulous manner, in which I always do, you don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to address it. Peoples, 40 cameras, but only 6 clips. What is that telling you? And then you got her attorney telling you that the family was there at the time to when she came up missing, to at the time to when she was found. And then you got TM saying that her niece had made the 911 call. Her niece was the one who was sitting outside the room crying in 926. But you guys said that that was Kenneka with her head between her legs. No, but TM said that that was her niece. So which is it, peoples? So are you going to supersede what TM tell you? Just because you said it, does that make it law? You got TM said that Kenneka was left in front of the establishment. But you got Monifa and Shemaya saying that we left her outside of room 926. Well, if that be the case, peoples, we got Love that says, oh yeah, they were out there. We seen Kenneka. But why did it take both of them to come in and leave their alleviated friend out there all alone for 15 minutes? Because if you ever read the case files, peoples, you heard the testimony of a person who was there stated that they came back in. And they came back in and they partied. No Kenneka. But it was no Kenneka, period, peoples, because Kenneka wasn't at that party at any given time. So that should be a red flag for you, peoples, because see, y'all pick and choose whatever people say, and then y'all want to develop a narrative with it, and y'all want to run with it. There's so many inconsistencies in all of these different stories, peoples, that none of it makes any sense whatsoever. And then the one thing I can stand on, which is a fact, is that regardless of whatever you may say or develop or even think or dream about, one thing is for certain. You never seen Kenneka Jenkins on any other video footage, period, in any other place at any given time, other than the 6 clips that they devised for you to see, peoples. They devised that for you to see, and then they ran with it. And the last scene that you ever seen was this girl supposedly walking herself into a freezer, but you never see her enter into a freezer. You got TM swearing up and down that it was a camera over the freezer, but it was no camera over no freezer, peoples. You ain't never seen no camera over no freezer. But she swears up and down. And so then just because she said it, now you guys are running with it. Oh yeah, there was a camera above the freezer. See, peoples, it is amazing how anybody can say anything. And then as long as they say anything, then you guys tend to run with it. You run with everything instead of incorporating everything that was ever stated in this particular case. You run with it without making no sense whatsoever. You have no proof to your so-called truth. But yet a girl can be a ghost, can be incognito, can be all over that establishment, 40 cameras running and only 6 cameras that was supposed to have picked her up never was in operation. And it was just by happenstance that she is not caught on no other video surveillance footage other than the 6 clips that they purposely gave you. So people, hey, I'm gonna let you have it. I'm gonna let you have it because see, I'm at the point now. I really don't care whether you subscribe to my channel or whether you don't, because I can't deal with stupid people. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can't deal with stupid people who can't open up their minds and see the real for what it is. I have worked my buns off to bring you good content, to literally walk this thing down and explain to you in great detail based upon all of that of what was given in the case files. Not listening to all of these hilarious and nefarious conspiracy theories and stuff, peoples, but actual factual facts. Actual factual facts. And so if you want to listen to a storyline and someone to put a spin on it and someone to include everybody under the sun at the establishment, go to Trey Gay. Do you understand? Go to T Slay. Go to Custom Design. Go to 54 Keys. Go to Zillionaire. Go to Boss Man, Hair Lost Man, John Core Q. Go to King Rob and Chosen King. Go to Mike Larry and go to Ransom News. Leave No Witness. Lord Footage. Go to Brazy. Certified World Media. Go to all of these hilarious and nefarious YouTubers that ever talked about this Kenneka Jenkins case, because every last one will give you a different story. But if you want to analyze this case for what it is and show the facts as presented and tell you these are the inconsistencies, you go to Edward Joseph. Because on last night, peoples, I had literally blew this shit out the water when I've shown you and I've told you what TM had said. She said that. She knew the play. And she played each and every one of you. See, this is why TM would never say anything about Edward Joseph. She would come to AK-47 and talk about him and talk about all of the other content creators, but TM will never open up her mouth up against Edward Joseph. She never will. And she even told you, because I shown you on last night, she said, yeah, Ransom News, you protected me. And I watch all of these hilarious and nefarious channels too. Yes, she did. She sure did. But see, she talked about all of them, but she never mentioned my name. TM know better. She know better ever to put my name in her mouth, because TM know what I can do. She know what I can do. Now, see, I'm just playing tiddlywinks with her. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because see, the thing is, peoples, until you guys give me some respect and you guys start to hit that like button and keep me up in the algorithm and things and stuff, well, there ain't no sense for me trying to pull out anything new. Do you understand what I'm saying? It ain't no sense for me to go really, really deep and show you some things that can really bust this case wide open. See, you can talk about me. You can say whatever you will. You can get mad at me because of the way that I am and how I conduct my life. I really don't give two rat's asses, because you always still be here. But the bottom line is, peoples, if you want entertainment, go see those suckers, because they're all on live all the time. But if you're going to come and listen to a person who is going to meticulously break this shit down, Well, you're at the right place, in the right space, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I just hate to bust your bubble, peoples, because you guys like the conspiracy theories and things. You know, you do. But it ain't no conspiracy with me because I'm just breaking it down and I'm telling you facts. Fact is, 6 clips out of the whole entire Kenneka Jenkins case. Fact is, she was in a freezer in a precarious position. That's facts. Fact is, there was a piece of ice under her toe and it stayed there and it melted under her toe and then it frozen under her toe. That is facts because we seen the pictures, peoples. That's facts. Fact is, you ain't never seen her in no other content whatsoever other than the 6 clips. And they purposely designed that to give you a trajectory of what they wanted you to see. That's facts. Fact is, the girl came up missing well before the night. Go watch the live on last night. I proved it unequivocally and undeniably. That is fact. That's fact. And then I can bring out more facts, but that is something that is so pronounced, peoples, so in your face. You can overlook everything in this case, but those are the simple facts, peoples. Fact is, she is the only person out of everybody in the whole entire establishment that's supposed to have been inebriated. That's a fact. It is a fact. So out of all of the people who were supposed to have been drinking and smoking and doing drugs and whatever they were doing and stuff, she is the only one that was supposed to have been so inebriated. That's a fact. Do that not raise red flags for you peoples? You mean to tell me that this one girl of the name of Kenneka Jenkins is going to get so drunk that she's going to walk some halls of that establishment for over an hour? And nobody seems to know where she is? Really, peoples? Well, people knew where she was because you had a guy get off the elevator. If you say that that's Kenneka, you got a guy that's getting out the elevator as soon as she got out the elevator. So he's seen where she was. You got France Combe running around. So he's seen what she is. You got other people all in the halls and stuff. So you're seeing where she is. But if you say that that's Kenneka, you got people who seen where she is. So she was never in the halls by herself. But she was in an establishment that wanted to see her unalive, peoples. Because if that wasn't the case, it'd have been just like what TM had said. Hey, live, how y'all doing? Nothing happened to my daughter. And for the book and for the record, nothing happened to my daughter. She was left here at the hotel. She was left at the party. People's narratives that is just so simple, so free to say without any explanation. And see, this is why I don't deal with other content creators, because see, they can never be up on my level, peoples. I look at this as a whole, And you got to look at it with a realistic and meticulous mind. You got to call it for what it is, peoples. I mean, it ain't that hard. You got to call it for what it is. One girl out of the whole entire establishment. And she's the only one that was supposed to have been drunk. Now, when you say that Kenneka walked the halls of that establishment and she made it from point A to point B to point C and stuff, and if she was commandeered, peoples, she wouldn't be walking. Do you understand what I'm saying? If she was ever cornered in an area with someone, she wouldn't be walking. Do you think that they would go ahead and assault this girl and still let her walk some halls at that establishment? Look at her hair. Her hair throughout the whole 6 clips of this person walking, not a hair out of place, peoples. If she was ever being accosted by anybody, peoples, do you think that they're going to accost her and then just say, okay, well, now go back and resume back to you walking the halls of that establishment? I need you to think about what you're saying, peoples, because see, if you ever think that, then you're stupid, because that shit doesn't make no sense. If anybody did anything to her, do you actually think that they're just going to she's just going to stand up there and just let them just do whatever to her? Really, people? Really? You would think that the hair would be all over the head. You'd think that the clothes would be ripped to shreds. But that's not the case. That's not the case. So when you want to continue to keep listening to all of the conspiracy theories, please don't come to my channel. Don't come to my channel. You know, y'all stay over there with Trey Gaze and all of the other people and things. Don't come to my channel, peoples. You know, because I need real people who can think meticulously and thoughtful and truthful. And have a real sense of understanding, not just giving in to your feelings and, oh, well, I think this, oh, well, I think that, and oh, I think this is Kenneka, and yeah, I think that she was being transported in a cart and all like that. Peoples, if you ever think that, then make it make sense. Because if you ever think that, you got a whole case file that you have to incorporate in your narrative. And you got to incorporate everything that every person has ever said. You cannot alleviate or take away nothing. It's got to make sense. It's got to make sense, peoples. Because one or two things is in play, peoples. Either the mama is telling the truth or the mama is lying out of her teeth. And y'all consider TM her mama. So if you consider TM her mama, why would TM have to lie at all, period? If you go back and listen to all of the videos that TM made, look at the case files and look at all of the different times that she proclaimed, well, then that's a red flag right there. Why, if it happened in a manner to what she said, and if it happened in a manner to which the kids had said, why do they have to lie in the first place? You tell one lie, you got to tell another lie to cover up that lie that you told in the beginning. Why do anybody have to lie, people? If it was just so cut and dry like they proclaim. And then answer this one question, and then we're going to go on with the live. If these girls was truly Kenneka's friend, and if she was truly inebriated in a manner to which they trying to project her to be, why would they leave her in the first place? It doesn't take two people to go and get a cell phone and keys or to get any artifacts that she had in her possession. It doesn't take two people to do that, peoples. So just with that alone tells you setup. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins, the evidence is in your face. But as it stands right now, peoples, let me go ahead and let me share my screen. We're gonna go back in time. The evidence is in your face, peoples. I mean, it is literally in your face. The evidence is in your face. It's in your face. And I don't care whether you agree or whether you disagree, it is in your face. And so, peoples, let's go back and let's watch. The evidence is in your face. You guys come on in. Let's go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. The evidence is in your face. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am at home, and I am on live. Peoples, we have literally been examining this case for such a long time. And thus, many of us have so many different narratives that we have been speaking. Some of us have had the contents right, and many of us had the contents wrong. Thus, many people have been spreading all of these different narratives, and rightfully so. But the one thing many people, hello, Cassandra, how are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you. I am glad that you're in. It's wonderful to see you all. A lot of people have been sharing a narrative, and rightfully so. But the one thing that many people haven't been doing was doing the research. A lot of people tend to speak a lot of nefarious things because a lot of people tend to be on here to want to make money off the death of Kenneka Jenkins. And peoples, that is not good. It is not good to make mockery of a young lady who had died, a young lady who have been assaulted, raped, murdered, sodomized, and so many people tend to overlook the sodomy. Many people tend to overlook the rape. Hello, Kelly. How are you doing, ma'am? It is nice to see you. And I see that you're able to chime in, so that's good. I see your commentary, and it's wonderful, and it's really good to have you all in here. People, we have talked about this case on yesterday, and we got out a certain narrative. I have literally have been talking about this case to many of you, and I told many of you that of what I had thought about this case for the longest time. Now, peoples, I want to. Oh, okay. So maybe we need to go ahead and disconnect this, and then you can be able to hear me on the other thing. You want me to go and disconnect? Okay, I'll go and disconnect, and we can connect later. Hello, Island Girl. How are you, ma'am? It is good to see you. People, we have literally talked about this case on last night, and rightfully so. A lot of you think that I get my content from talking to other people, and I'm here to tell you that is not true. Some things I get, but a lot of the content that I get, a lot of things I know, a lot of things I share, I get it from God and God only. The Lord was the one who gave me eagle eyes. Hello, Vicky. How are you, Mel? It is nice to see you. People, this is open mic tonight. Well, let's just do that. Let's do open mic again tonight. So all of you can come in and you can care to share if you want to. If any of you want to come on a live, I'm going to put the invite in the live. And so you guys can come on in and share in the content and things. We have talked about this case on last night, and rightfully so, people. A lot of content was shared, a lot of content was aired, and a lot of people think that I come on the lives and I share the lives based upon other people's commentary or other people's views. People, that is far from the truth. Most of my content comes from God. Most of my content comes from me sitting down, praying, asking the Lord to give me eagle eyes, asking the Lord to give me knowledge, wisdom, and understanding about this case. And rightfully so. It doesn't make sense for me to sit and spread a narrative that someone else has when someone else can just basically share their narrative. So, what sense does that make? And if it's somebody else's narrative, how can I exegese their narrative better than they can? I've only can do what God gives me to do, and that is give the narrative myself and speak upon this case based upon that of what he has given me. Now, when you decide that you want to take this case seriously, then my suggestion to many of you is to get down on your knees and pray. Ask God for eagle eyes, and he shall give you eagle eyes. He shall give you the things that you want to see and you want to know. But that of what you want to see, you want to know, you have to be prepared for it, people. Because as I mentioned to you earlier, talking about this case is really something, because this is a case of Satanism. It's satanic, it's devious, it's devilish, and it has you up in arms. People, on last night, I had a special guest come on who talked about Kenneka, who have literally gave you insight as to what she have seen personally for herself. And it amazes me how many people chime out and say that she's nefarious when none of you have ever been in her shoes. None of you have ever worked the type of job that she worked. None of you has the expertise that she has. None of you has the medical credentials that she has. And none of you can ever accept the extreme and graphic nature in a manner to which she has to work under. People, as I stated many times, Kenneka Jenkins came to that establishment on the 6th. She died on the 7th. And thus she was at the ritual on the 9th. No question about that, people. It is unequivocally, undeniably, there it is in your face. The evidence has been in your face all of this time, people. And she basically just confirmed everything that I have mentioned about this case. And rightfully so. People, when you learn how to do your own research, then you will come to discover that of what I have been saying has been factual and true. Peoples, I've already told you, I have a lot of connections, and God has given them to me. God has sent people in my path and things for a reason. And these are people who is there, who understands the case, who knows the case. Hello, Deborah G. How are you, ma'am? It is absolutely wonderful to see you. Anybody who wants to come in and join the chat, you're welcome to do so. This is open forum night, and you all can be able to come in and talk. No shade. How come we can't see your face? Well, hello, Megan. How are you first and foremost? Well, because for the same simple reason, I haven't seen your face. So you come on my live, let me see your face, and then I may show mine. That's why you'll never see my face. But you'll see my face right there. See, that is Kenneka Jenkins. Well, I represent Kenneka Jenkins. And then also, too, is that for security reasons, because we have crazies on here, you know. In case in point, somebody was on the live last night and they got information, peoples. And when they got information, what they did was they called Island Girl 29 job. And what they did was they called and asked to see if the doctor whom she had mentioned works there. Well, they got it confirmed that the doctor works at the facility in which she stated. And then they went on to begin to ask, well, did the doctor perform the autopsy of Kenneka Jenkins? And they asked so many other questions. People, come on. Now, let's think about this for a moment. We could already trace down where Kenneka Jenkins been and what facility did she go to for the autopsy. And as it been confirmed, yes, he is the doctor that works there. And you can already confirm through, and if you do your research, where Kenneka Jenkins went to for the autopsy. But people, don't be stupid. Don't be so stupid. You actually think by you calling the medical examiner's office, trying to get the doctor to come on the phone and talk to you about Kenneka and whether or not that he performed an autopsy or not on Kenneka, that is the most stupidest thing I have ever heard. And then what's really stupid is that they had asked, well, who are you? And how did you get this information? Well, I was on YouTube and there was this girl, Island Girl 29, who had given us the information, and she told us about Kenneka Jenkins and that this doctor had performed the autopsy and that she had described all of the things that Kenneka Jenkins had on her. And the lady couldn't do nothing but laugh. Thank you, Megan. Exactly right. But the only thing is that the doctor is under the HIPAA rule. And if many of you know what HIPAA rule is in the medical field, then you understand that his findings or anything is limited. He cannot go in depth and talk to anyone unless they have a search warrant, a order from the court, or some type of written something from the family to release any type of medical history. Now, yes, the autopsy is of public record because it is publicly and wide known. You could have got the information off the public service record from Rosemont. I don't know if you can still do that now, but it was on there. But to call up the doctor and try to have a conversation with the doctor and tell the receptionist that you're trying to reach the doctor, but this young lady named Island Girl 29 has given us some information, and I'm just calling to make sure that this is factual and true. How dumb and stupid is that? Incredibly dumb and stupid. People, do you actually think a doctor is going to get on the phone with some nefarious, ignorant butt person to go over a case to where he had done, and he don't even know who you are, and you don't even know the person's name who giving you the information? Oh my God, people, come on. That is the most crazy and nefarious thing I have ever heard. And when I got confirmation of what was done today, I couldn't do nothing but just sit back and laugh. I had to come on live and talk about this because people, as I stated before, the evidence was clearly in your face. Everything that she had said was factual, was true. Exactly, Trish. But the thing is, what she had stated, she can state because that's public record. You know, she didn't show you no pictures. She didn't go beyond that. She didn't go beyond the scope of, you know, anything. Now I'm talking about it and stuff. It's okay. You know, you can elaborate on that all you want to and stuff. But where you will have some problems is if you go and show some receipts of the actual unit of the actual person, the deceased, without any type of release from the family or from the doctor himself. Trish said that it will put her job in jeopardy. And then Island Girl says, thank you, Trish. Well, we know that is true. But Megan has a very good point. Megan says the medical examiners usually will not elaborate on what is provided for the public record. Autopsy, death certificates. Well, it just all depends on who the doctor is. Because there's many doctors that I know that have given information to the public as to what has happened to the decedent or the person who had passed away. So it's all to the discretion of the medical examiner. Because if there is a wide range public interest, then most of the times they will just share it. You know, now, intricate details and things, maybe not, but generality of what the decomposed body looked like and things, that's general terms. So with general terms and generality without getting into specifics is usually okay. And from my experience, that has always been the case. And Island Girl had clearly told you exactly what she saw on the body of Kenneka Jenkins. She have already told you to the realms of what she's able to talk about. She's already told you that the body was very decomposed. She told you that the body was cut up. She told you that the body looks like she was beaten with whips and things. She told you that the inner lining of her legs was really kind of looking some type of way, but it wasn't something that's normally a normal look, so to speak. I mean, she's been doing this stuff forever and a day, people. She clearly told you and she outlined every possible detail of what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. So Megan says HIPAA has nothing to do with it because the medical examiner was not the provider of the deceased. HIPAA has nothing to do with ME statements. Once a person passed away, it's a mute point. Well, I mean, I have to agree to a certain degree, but then I have to disagree. Because I used to work for a hospital out here, and I worked in the emergency room, and I worked in ICU. And so it just depends on what facility that you work at. Everybody has different standards. Everybody has different modes of operation morandi. Everybody has different processes and procedures that they follow by and stuff. And so it just depends upon the facility, what their rules, regulations, and guidelines is how they administer certain things. So I agree with you to a certain degree, but then there again, it doesn't apply to every medical facility, is what I'm saying. Megan said once a person passes away, the investigation documents become public. Well, there again, I must agree to disagree to a certain degree, because that's not always the case. It's not always the case. Is people's, you have to understand one important factor. Every facility operates differently. Okay, so Megan, why don't you come onto the live here? I sent you the link in the chat. Come on the live and let's talk. So here, let me send you the link again. You and Islander girl, y'all come on the live. Let's talk. I don't want to sit here and have to read things and narrate. So y'all come on the live. You can do as I do and stuff, because you guys got some good information. Okay, click on the live. And when I say I'm not and when I say this, I'm not negating anything you're saying, just stating facts. Well, I'm stating facts as well. You haven't, do you work in the state of California? Have you ever worked at any medical facility in the state of California? Help me to make that make sense. Hello, Islander girl. How are you, ma'am? Y'all hold on for a second. Let me get this Bluetooth up running here. Because see, now we're really going to have a conversation here. All right. Let me put on the live on my phone. Let me go to YouTube. Okay, there it is. Good. All right, yeah, come on and join the live. I just sent you the link. Come on and join the live so we can talk. Let me block that person. All right, here, I'm gonna do this again. Copy this, copy that. I'm going to put this on here. Send out. Now, click on the thing and then join the live. All right, Megan, what's taking you so long, man? Oh, man, Island Girl is here. Okay, there she is. Well, hello. You gotta turn off your pause. Your thing is paused. Your video is paused, Megan.
Okay, give me a second. Can you hear me?
Your video is paused.
Okay, give me a second.
You see that? Okay, there we go. Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, can you see me?
No, I hear you.
Oh, okay.
I can see you.
Okay, hello.
Island Girl?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Island Girl.
Hi, Island Girl. Are you there?
Hi. I'm here.
Okay, great. So we got the panel here.
Oh, I just changed
Hello,
my AirPods,
Keisha.
you guys.
How are
Hold
you,
on, give me
ma'am?
1
Glad to
second.
see you here.
I wasn't prepared to go live. Hold on 1 second. I gotta get another pair of headphones. But if you guys
Wow,
want to
see,
continue
this
the
is what I
conversation,
love. I have
I'm
the panel
listening.
here.
I'm waiting for my cousin Deb to join too. She's the one that got me
Okay, so where should we
interested in
begin,
the
y'all?
stream.
Oh, you having your cousin join too? Wow, okay.
I'd like to see Debbie join, Deborah.
Oh, really? Okay, that's wonderful.
Okay, Deb, come on. Okay, so I'm gonna just say, I don't want you to think that, like, in my comments that I was negating anything that
Well,
you're
see,
saying.
I don't know. Okay, let me.
Hello?
Well, see, all right. So what happens is I don't know why I'm getting this delay every time I speak, but can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep, hear you just fine. StreamYard. I don't know what StreamYard you're using, but
okay, no, that's what I'm saying. When I speak, I get a delay when I'm hearing myself. So you guys probably hear me. You guys probably hear me.
Yeah, I can
off,
hear you
I get a
fine.
delay when I hear myself.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
hello, Keisha. How are you,
I don't know.
ma'am?
I would probably.
All right. So what I'm saying is, whenever I speak, I get a delay. So you guys probably
Yep.
hear me instantly, but when my response come back to me, it's a little bit of delay. So that's why I'm saying.
Okay. No worries.
Okay. So this is what we're going to start off here. So now, Meg, let me know who just got off? Why did Meg get off? Meg, come back on the chat room. We wanted to talk to you. All right, there you go.
Sorry about that.
So Meg, I got a question for you.
Yep.
So did you see the live on last night?
You know what? I actually have to say, this is why I was hoping my cousin Deborah would come on the stream with me, because this is my first video ever watching you. She actually was telling me about you. So Deborah, my cousin Deborah, and I think we're like investigators and shit. Like we like get really into like crime and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna keep it real. I'm sorry for I don't mean to swear or whatever. Just correct me if I do. So we think we're like investigating and whatnot. So she was telling me about your stream and how with Kenneka that, you know, because we were following it back in the day when it first happened. And she was telling me about you, and she said, "Oh, you know, that came back up, and I was watching this. You know, she's been watching your videos basically."
Wait, hold on for a second.
Said,
somebody got something in the background. Could you turn down the background noise?
Not too many people that do not know. Urban Spirits just passed away from the east side.
What are you hearing? Maybe it's my dishwasher. Let me shut it off. I hope it's not me, but hold on. I'll be right back. But I can hear you guys.
I'm hearing somebody narrate somebody got shot on the east side or something. Sounds like the north. It sounds like
Oh
the news.
no, that's someone's TV. That's someone's TV.
Okay, so now you were saying?
Okay, so my cousin Deborah told me, was kind of giving me an update to the Kenneka case and said you should watch it, whatever. And when you came
I
on
just
live,
muted it.
we both hung up.
Sorry.
Connection with honey. I know the people.
No problem. So my cousin Deborah told me, oh, that you were going live and to watch it. So I only joined because you had mentioned in the stream, come on. Because I'm familiar with like pronouncements. I'm a registered nurse here in Massachusetts. I'm not a nurse in California, but I'm familiar with pronouncements. I'm familiar with HIPAA regulations, which I know is federal, and certain regulations. And I know it's not like when it's something that's federal, it's not state by state. It's you get to follow the federal guidelines. So that's what I was commenting on.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, what happens out there doesn't necessarily happen out here because a lot of the medical
That's not, but
facilities
that was my whole
run
point, though. That was my
independently,
whole
and
point.
they tend to do a
It's
lot of
not
things,
independent. It's
you know,
it's no.
themselves, and
That's
they
my
don't
whole point.
really.
You have to be a devil's advocate and say, hey, it's not state by state. If it's federal, it's federal. Like it's a federal mandate. It goes for all the states. It's not. You can't pick and choose. That's what I'm saying. So like if the medical examiner's office said, oh, no comment, or they weren't gonna. Of course, they're not gonna just take any random person's statements, or questions or phone calls like, hey, I want elaborate details. That has really nothing to do with HIPAA. A lot of people use that interchangeably, like, oh, HIPAA, it's none of your business. But that's when someone requests information that's private about that person's medical history. When someone passes away in that investigation, that is public knowledge, and that's in every state. That's public knowledge. So if they're not saying anything, it's because that there's an investigation that 50 police are not trying to. They're not trying to tell you. There's things in cases that they'll have serial killers or major investigations, and they don't say anything because they wait for someone. They wait, and so say there's tons of people saying, oh, I did it, I killed them 10 people, right? Because people want notoriety, right? They want to be known for the person that killed those people. They won't give out any information specifically about the case because they want to keep something secret from the public so that they can know when the real person comes forward, like no one else knew, but because it wasn't publicly released. So that's the only reason a medical examiner wouldn't. I mean, anybody, you can go on any medical examiners, like you can call and get an autopsy on anybody once the investigation is closed. Anybody. And that's federal. HIPAA is federal.
Okay, hold on for a
You
second.
are entitled.
Whoever
They're a
got the
public servant. A
television in the
medical
background,
examiner
can you please turn down the television because it is very distracting.
I don't have no
Thank
TV.
you. No, go on, Mac.
I'm saying that it's so anybody is entitled to any information because the medical examiner's office they're a public servant. They're not there. It's just like if you vote someone in, they're a public servant. So it's not like you're calling the PCP, the primary care doctor, and saying, or their gynecologist and saying, hey, I want their medical records from like past 5 years. That's what HIPAA is, right? HIPAA is you can't just give information about someone's medical history to any random person. You can't, as a nurse, I can't have a conversation with my friend Sandra, who's another nurse, on the elevator, and someone else can hear about their information. That's all that is. You know, people use that like it's so it makes or break everything. Like you see people that were like, I'm not gonna wear a mask because HIPAA. I got medical issues, HIPAA. Like it has nothing. It has to do with putting guidelines on staff members, medical personnel, so that I can't call and say, oh, I want my enemies or whoever I have a problem with, I want all their information. Like I'm trying to be nosy. You can't call up someone's doctor and say that. And people just say that interchangeably. It's a federal guideline too. So, and companies will get sued, and so will nurses, people or medical professionals. But I'm not saying you're wrong, but that's not why the medical examiner didn't say anything, because the medical examiner is really just to find out who, what, and why. Like, how did this person die? They look for clues. They're investigators. They're like a PI that is looking at the body. They're looking for clues. And you're right. You're probably right. I mean, I have to listen to all your videos because I legit just heard about you tonight, but like it has nothing to do with HIPAA. Has nothing to do with it.
Okay, I appreciate your commentary. I'm gonna take for what you say, as it is and things and stuff. We can come back to that. So now what I want you to do is I want you to listen to Island Girl, because she works for the medical examiner's office, right? And she was describing what had happened to Kenneka Jenkins. Kenneka Jenkins had came to their establishment the night of the week of the first weekend in September. And she was giving us a rendition as to what she had saw on the Pole's body. So I want you to listen to her narrative, and I want you to just come and just kind of like give a little rendition of what you may have think or what you can add to what her narrative may be, because a lot of people were still not on the understanding as to what she was saying. So since you are a registered nurse, maybe you can give some insight as to medically what it is that she was trying to convey. And then after that, Keisha, I want you to chime in.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Okay, so you wasn't paying attention, Keisha?
No, I was paying attention. I was just trying to be low. What? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm not going to go and repeat all of that. So give us a rendition as to what you think about this case.
What do I think about this case? I think that this girl was wrongfully done. I think she was beaten, she was raped, and she was drugged. And I think that justice needs to be served.
Okay, so in your eyes, what do you think justice is?
I believe that justice is coming together as one and putting the information out there and just seeking the truth about what happened to this young woman. I know I have a daughter that's this age, and I would never stop until justice was served. I mean, this was I, for myself, watched so much footage as I did watch you and say this, that, and the third, and it was a lot. But you can only go on but what people are showing you, and maybe I didn't know any better either. But I've been watching your show. I just found your show like maybe a day ago, and I've been watching it, and I believe the commentary that you tell can get justice for Kenneka. I don't know. I mean, I watched Zillionaire Trading. I watched the, like you were saying, the same stuff over and over and over and over again, and it's just crazy. Like, when is enough is enough. That's
Yeah.
just my take on this case. If that makes any sense to you.
Okay, so what? No, right. So what makes my chat or what makes my life so different from Trade Gang, Zillionaire, and all of them? I mean, am I speaking truth? Is my content out there? Facts are, you know what? Because I'm always curious to know, why do people join my live? I base everything upon what they have given, but I've always go what God gives me to say, because everything that I have done, it was the Lord that has given me the unction, given me the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to piece out that of what they had said. So in essence, I'm no more different than them, other than my narrative is that Kenneka Jenkins has never walked the halls of that establishment, because the science proves that she never walked the halls of the establishment. It is physically and scientifically impossible for that to happen. And there's no content within the videos that was given that ever proved their narrative.
And you know what, Mr. Edwards, you are correct about that. Maybe, I mean, I've watched their content over and over again. Maybe I didn't have a full understanding. I was on this case way back when they had it on Facebook. And I jumped off when everybody started getting taken out. I was like, I can't stay in these chat rooms anymore. And maybe I don't have a true understanding, and maybe this is where you come in to give the true understanding. No, I don't know why, but you did put the content out there, and it's for the true believer to believe. So this is why I'm here, to get the truth. So I can't say that everybody's commentary is true or not. I don't know. I'm just here to find out. That's all. I'm just here to find out what the truth is. Do I believe everything I hear?
Okay,
No. Do I
the
believe
truth of the
everything I
matter,
see? No.
the truth
But
in the
I'm here to
matter
find out.
is that
And if the truth is out there and it's for you to give it, then I'm here to listen. That's all I have to say. That's it.
Hello.
okay. So hello, Mr. Blair. How are you, my friend?
Hi, I made
Okay, so
I guess
now,
I figured it out.
Keisha,
Yes.
I only can go by what God has given me to say, and I only can go by what God has given me to say and what God has given me to do. Now, I've only read the video content based upon that of what is given. It is my narrative, but it was from God for me to extract out for what they have shared. I don't never believe that Kenneka Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment, because the video content never shows that. You have to ask yourself the question: if the people have ever really thought about this case and asked themselves the question, then you got to ask, why did they have 5 different girls to play Kenneka to try to put her in to where she's never been? If you looked at the content and you examined the content to the degree that I have, you would discover that there was a bald-headed guy that was in a black hoodie, who we deemed to find out was Charles Nesbitt. He was the one who carried Kenneka within the establishment and within the kitchen. Kenneka has been assaulted, she has been raped, she has been sodomized, and she ultimately been murdered. So help me to make that make sense. Why do everybody say that Kenneka Jenkins just only been raped and murdered when she has been sodomized, when she has been strangled, when she has been carried, because that is what the evidence show. So why can't we all come together and say Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment? The reason why I say that is because with the evidence, you never seen Kenneka Jenkins out of 35 or 45 hours of video footage. If you have seen Kenneka in any of that footage, then again, my question would be, why did they have 5 different girls and a trainee play Kenneka Jenkins? Help me to make that make sense.
And I'm gonna
So it's
let that
clear
make
that
sense to
there's
you right
shade
now.
going on.
Is that I don't think
Mhm.
I've ever watched those videos in depth like that. So maybe I'm a little lost too. Maybe I just believe what I wanted to
Yeah.
believe, but no, I have not watched that footage like that at all. I really
Yeah.
haven't. I'm sorry to say that. So I really haven't.
And to piggyback on that, I will say that this is coming from someone that hasn't looked at any of the footage. I remember when the case first became like mainstream news, or what so-called mainstream news, initially. But I will say that when I first saw the mother, when I first like my female intuition, like something, and maybe that's likely God, like that's just your female intuition, that something is not right. It didn't make sense to me. And then I would see the mother speak. I just remember hearing about the case, hearing the mother speak, and then I was like, okay, she played a good act, and I was like, kind of like, I don't really like. I just didn't like really. I just couldn't like be down for her, but like, I just didn't feel her. Like I couldn't. It didn't feel genuine to me, basically. But I said, okay, maybe I'm just being paranoid or whatever. Like, okay, I let it go, and then a couple weeks later, and this is me telling my cousin. A couple weeks later, I saw like a press conference or something where she did something the complete opposite of what she had said she was gonna do, and I was like, "Ugh, if that doesn't show her true colors, like what does?" And then I got disgusted seeing like all the shadiness with the whole everything with the whole investigation. Everybody had a different story. It just didn't add up. It just basically did not add up, and my heart hurts for her. And I look at her, and I was remember watching the videos. Okay, if it is her, but walking the hallways, saying like, dang, like I'm of a certain age now, but I remember days where like when you're younger, you're stupid, you're naive. Like you go out with friends and you think that your friends are gonna have your back, and you're walking around and you're intoxicated. You like that's when you are supposed to count on your friends to have your back and to be there. But like when I was like, oh, they just left her. Like I could the whole thing just didn't make sense. Like supposed to be her people, whatever. And to the all the videos, I apologize because I haven't seen all the previous videos breaking down the whole case. But all I know is that from the beginning, from the jump, I knew something wasn't right. It was my female intuition. And Kenneka, I just want to take her in my arms and like protect her because she didn't have no one that was doing that for her. And it's a shame. It's heartbreaking. It really is.
Now, see, this is what I'm saying. Everybody tends to allude to that of what they see on the video, but you have to understand the video doesn't make sense in itself. When you put this case together and you put everything together and look at everything as a whole, You got to make it make sense. And it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
When you say that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment, you're saying that she is stupid. Who
That's not what I said,
would
though. But that's
go
not what
to
I
an
said. No one said she
establishment
was
where
stupid. I
she
didn't
is
say
not
she was
comfortable
stupid.
within the first 5 minutes, sit down and enjoy herself with a bunch of people who she don't even rap with, get drunk, and get up and walk the halls of the establishment? And then the nefarious
But
crap
hold on,
that her
can I
friends
just?
were
Oh
saying
no,
and
hold
things,
on, hold on, hold on,
that
hold on,
doesn't make
hold on,
sense at
hold on,
all
hold on.
either. Because they were the ones who's supposed to be the protector.
See, that's where you're wrong, and that's where you need to be realistic. You have to be realistic in the fact that I'm not saying she's stupid. I'm just saying, as someone that has been out there, I didn't have like the best upbringing. I didn't have like a stable home. And I'm not saying that makes all the difference in the world. I'm saying like I put myself in situations where I'm like, thank God, number one, there was no social media to catch anything that I did. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying I was out there doing wrong, but I'm saying it's unrealistic and it's not practical for you to say that she's stupid. I said naive. Like so she went there. She was young. She's a young girl. How old was she? Like, she's young. She goes out with friends, and that's part of growing, where you don't trust your instincts and say, this is not my true friends, because we all been fooled. You can all be fooled by people that you think are supposed to be there for you, right? Some people don't believe who people are when they show them who they are, right? It's like, oh, trust who, believe what they show you when they show you. Yeah, okay. But you can go and you can have a good night. You can be naive to think that like all the people around you at a party in a hotel room are all gonna like have your back. That's not the case, but you can be young and naive to think that. That's part of growing. And she didn't have that intuition that blocked her from being there. I'm not saying whether the facts in the case are right or wrong, because you said, I guess there's some video of her, it might not be her or whatever. 100% that can be reality of growing as a young woman. We all learn from mistakes, right? Right? At the end of the day, it's not unrealistic that she would have went to a party where her so-called friends went there and was set up, or it doesn't even have to go that far into it. And I'm not, listen, this is me not watching any of the previous videos that you've had, and I actually look forward to watching them. And I'm just saying, but as a human being, a young woman that has been there, done that, where you go somewhere and you think your friends are going to have your back. It's not unrealistic. And no one's saying she's stupid. We just all made those stupid mistakes in the past before. It's called growing. It's called being naive. It's not being stupid. It's being young and inexperienced. And it's not uncommon for that to happen. And she doesn't have to be a bad person for that. Look at all the women, like people that are killed or they go through, like, come on, that's called life. And that's like putting yourself in situations where you don't know what you're getting yourself into. And that's when people experience, they get murdered, or they young girls, like they're naive. People aren't going to do things to you if they feel like so you could take me and now, and you could take me 20 years ago, and there's no way I would even allow myself to even be close to any type of situations that young girls are put into back then. And we look at that in hindsight, step back and like, say, oh, damn, why would you do that? Like, she's stupid, she's dumb, why would you let that happen? Like, we all been there, done that, or stuff. I mean, anybody that's been through it, and that's all I can say to young women, and women will know what I mean when you've been through it. Okay, that's it. There's no explanation. And I'm not saying from a guy's standpoint, but from a female standpoint, when you've been through it, honey. Okay. It has nothing to do with her being stupid. You can't say so that comment, whatever, that she would never go to a hood party. How do you know that? Do you know her? I only saw the first line. I'm just saying. So I don't really know StreamYard, so I can't really say nothing to do that she would never go to a hood party and see people that makes her uncomfortable and start drinking. But if she was drugged, they found Topamax in her system, right? So Topamax is given usually for migraines, seizures, it's given for a variety of different things. But that can make you like loopy and make impaired decisions. I don't think you can get I can go to a anywhere today. I can go to a family party and someone can just drop something in my drink. Doesn't mean that I can make the decisions. They can put something in my drink that's going to make me make impaired decisions. That's why it's called impaired decisions. Someone could have put anything in her drink, which they did find supposedly in the autopsy was Topamax and one other med. But Topamax can make you, it can impair you, especially if you've never taken it before. It's usually given for migraines or seizures, but it can make you, and especially if you're drinking, that is going to increase the effect of the medication on her. So yeah, she just because she wouldn't make that decision in her right mind doesn't mean that she wouldn't make that impaired. What does it say? Look at the one, the chat. Okay.
Okay, so Meg, I need you to look at the chat as
Sorry,
well.
guys. Now I'm looking at the chat. Okay.
Look at the chat as well and read that because a lot of people are making commentary. Now, I understand and I love your commentary. I hear what you're saying and things, but Mel, let me tell you, we are from the hood. It doesn't work like that. I understand that you may have been through some things in life and stuff, but in our lives, in our realm, we call them stupid. We call them nefarious. And you're not hearing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it would have been stupid if Kenneka would have came to an establishment, found out that she didn't mix with the people there, and then turn around and end up getting drunk. That's stupid. I'm not calling her stupid, but what I'm saying is,
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
It doesn't make sense.
If she,
how old was she? Wants to turn around and get.
How old was she? Come on, man. How old was she? Just because you're from the hood doesn't mean that you're not going to make decisions. She might have said, "Okay, let me just go here." She's walking into a party at a hotel, right? And you're of sound and mind, and you think you're of sound and mind, right? And you're like, okay, I'm gonna have one drink, right? I'm gonna have one drink. I'm gonna be completely sober. I'm gonna be able to handle it, right? But and you're gonna be fine. You're gonna roll out. You're gonna go do what you gotta do. Like you're not gonna make stupid decisions, like supposedly like decisions just because you're from the hood. Like yeah, you weren't born yesterday, right? So growing up in certain areas makes you a little more wiser and trust your instincts, right? But she was also sober when she walked into there. She could have had one drink that said, okay, I'm going to have one drink and I'm good. But they could have drugged her, and that one drink that she had that was look at date rape drugs. You only have to put one fucking thing in a drink and have a few sips of it, and you're making decisions that you normally wouldn't. That's what's called impaired. That's why you're impaired. So it doesn't mean that she was a bad person. Doesn't mean that she had any intent. It's not the intent of why she went there. The intent has nothing to do with the intent. It's what happened to her. I'm just saying that that's a possibility. You can't negate that. That's a possibility that she went there completely sober, completely like, I wouldn't mess with none of these mother effers, okay? Because she's not stupid. But you can't just rule that out, that she didn't take a drink of something, have a few sips, and then that impaired her thinking. Because that's what the point is. The point is that you drug someone because they're going to make decisions that they normally wouldn't make when they're under the influence. And when I say under the influence, it means with drugs. Look at date rape. Some certain factors of some date rape drugs will make you like sleep with 10 men, and you might be a virgin before that when you're sober. So you can't really say that because she's from the hood. You can be a victim anywhere, and people like so they had ulterior. It's clear that there was ulterior motives at this whole evening, right? Whether it's before, whatever. I'm just saying, like, you have to play devil's advocate. You can't say that because she's from the hood that she went there and she was a little bit wiser than maybe someone from an area that grew up in a country club area, like that privilege doesn't make her any less a victim than it does. Because at the end of the day, she's a victim and she was taken advantage of. At the end of the day, she was still there, right? She was still there and she got caught up because there was all these odds against her. And she didn't stand a chance, regardless of whatever it was. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, you have to be a devil's advocate. You can't always have one person that's saying this is what it is. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. But I'm saying for you to say that because she's from the hood, that's so incorrect. Because how many people from the hood are not here with us for this today? That's naive to say that. It's naive.
All right, Meg. So now I've sat here and I've listened to you attentively. Now listen to me carefully. I can say whatever I want to say because of the simple fact I am not calling Kenneka Jenkins stupid. What I'm saying is that of what I'm saying is that it would have been stupid had she went to an establishment that she wasn't mixing up with the people. That would have been a stupid move. But understand, Kenneka Jenkins never came to the establishment. She never did. So for anybody to come to an establishment, want to leave within the first 5 minutes, then turn around and sit and get drunk with a bunch of people who she didn't mix with, yes, that is stupid. And it doesn't matter what you say.
Who said she got drunk?
What I say.
Who said she got drunk?
It would have been a stupid move.
Who
had
said
she
she got
that.
drunk?
But
she could have
wait
been
a minute.
drugged. That's my whole point. She could have been drunk. She could have been drugged, and then it gave her impaired thinking.
Meg.
That's what. All I'm saying is, what I said to you was just because she's from the hood doesn't make her any indifferent than to any other victim. And this is coming from someone that is a victim of sexual abuse. It doesn't matter there's no fucking discrimination against where you're from. That she had no one that had her back. Regardless, at the end of the day, she could have went there for 2-3 minutes and then said she could have been drugged, and that was it. But that's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to have a dialogue with you. I'm hearing you out, but you can't tell me. You did say she wasn't stupid. She's from the hood, and that's when I interjected. You can't say that. That doesn't make logical sense.
See, Meg, let me tell you something. Stop telling me what I can't say. I can say whatever I want to say. Just because you disagree, it doesn't matter to me. I'm sorry that you a person of a sexual things that had happened to you of a sexual nature, but you are speaking with feelings. Get out your feelings and start thinking logically. Logic says if you ever hurt me out, I said that any person who will come to an establishment and would want to leave within the first 5 minutes, but yet stay there and get drunk, that is stupid. That would be an absolute stupid move. And Kenneka wasn't stupid. Kenneka was not stupid. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not calling Kenneka stupid, but what I'm saying is, for any person for any person to go to any establishment, be there with a bunch of people who she don't mesh with, turn around and get drunk. That is absolute a stupid move. And that's all that I'm saying. So sit, listen, and understand where I'm coming from before you go and get all into your feelings and get hyped up, ma'am, is all that I'm saying. Island Girl, what do you have to say?
Well, no one is saying that she's. No one is saying that she's stupid, or it's just a sad situation that has happened to her.
Island Girl, you got to turn up your background on your Island Girl, you got to turn up the background on your computer or something.
Can you hear me?
Echoing.
I don't know what's going on.
We can hear you.
You're
but
still
we're getting
echoing.
echo. So you gotta put some headphones on or something because we're getting the echo.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, so while Island Girl is getting her headphones, Keisha, what do you have to say to this?
You know what? I don't even know. I'm just listening and just trying to feel everybody and what they have to say. I'm stuck right now. I don't even know what to say. 10 told me that I've never watched the footage clearly, so I don't even. I'm not gonna say I'm lost, but I'm confused. I guess that's what I want to say. I've never had to witness anything like this or been through anything like this, what this young woman had to go through. So I'm still trying to figure it out and just watch, listen, and learn and know and want to know the truth so that this young lady can have justice. But what I will say is that I've always known the mama, to be a little bit shady, but I wasn't really sure about that. I don't know nothing about the Masons, or I know a little bit about Illuminati, but I'm still really not sure about that. So I guess I've been sheltered too. I guess I didn't learn about that stuff till I got into my late 30s, and now in my 40s. So I've been sheltered all my life too.
Hello? Who's that? I'm with you 100% too, because they don't teach you that stuff in school. They don't advertise that stuff. Illuminati and stuff like that. So it's unfortunate. Our history classes are not realistic for sure.
You guys are echoing.
I just learned about this stuff a couple of years ago, so I'm just here to learn, watch, listen, and see what everybody has to say, because I don't want to say too much. I'm really not a talker because I don't want to say the wrong thing. But, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. So I'll just listen, and if I hear somebody say something, then I'll piggyback off that. And I hope it.
Okay, so wait, y'all. We're getting an echo with everybody. Do you guys have some headphones or something that you guys can speak on, or turn down your computer volume or something? Because every time you guys speak, I'm getting an echo. So you guys were doing good at first when you first was talking, but now I'm getting an echo.
Okay. I
Yeah,
don't.
everybody. So if you go into the StreamYard settings on audio, there's echo cancellation, and you can go to automatically adjust mic volume. Because I've never used StreamYard before neither. So if you go to the, I mean, I'm on my phone. So if you go to settings, you can see camera and then you can see audio. But if you go to the audio, it's picking up that I'm on my AirPods, but it also has echo. Like I have it clicked on like a check mark, echo cancellation, and then echo automatically adjusts mic volume. So it doesn't echo. So I don't know. Was I echoing when I was talking?
I can hear you fine now.
Okay. Yeah, there's no more echo.
No, you were doing good now when you were talking, but beforehand you were echoing. So whatever you just did, it's okay.
Yeah, it worked. Yep.
Okay, I think I'm good also. This is Keisha.
Yeah.
Hi, Keisha.
Hello.
Hi. I can't see
Hi.
you guys' faces though. I don't
Okay,
know how
so
to like adjust my settings
so
on here.
Island
But
Girl, what do you have to
hi,
say, Mel?
ladies. He's mad at me.
Well, this one thing I can say, this case has brought people. It has brought people to extreme. I mean, this case has made people crazy. I mean, it's crazy that how people will go through such uh extreme just to get information, and it's it don't make sense. It just don't make sense.
Mm-hmm. It's never made sense from the beginning. None of it did. It never added
But I
up,
mean,
right?
like when a person goes to the extreme where they're calling your job, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Who was calling whose job? Can I ask? I'm kind of a newbie here, so.
Well, there was some information that I was given, and Sharon.
You're echoing again.
I don't know why. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't hear an echo now.
I'm gonna try
Okay.
something. Let me see if let me see if I remove the
Hi, Deb. Hi, Deb.
Hi, Megan.
Hi, baby. My boo thing right there. My baby.
Okay, now is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just shared my screen. All right. Okay, so I just shared my screen, so I guess that was it. All right, so
Now,
peoples, this is Deborah on the line. So Deborah, what is it that you have to say about this case, ma'am?
Well, um, like the other lady was mentioning that you she ever since this case broke out, like kids think about. I, I've been following. I haven't stopped since it started. I have watched a lot of different YouTubers like Zillionaire and Straight Drop. and Cake 420 and
Mm-hmm.
there's John, so many of them. But I said, wow, that does make sense. I think videos and screenshots and all these, like, I believe I truly in my heart what your narrative is. I don't. I put it down. I remember I have a ticket where she said she didn't, because like
Is Deb? Is she breaking up to anybody but me?
that
Or
right.
no?
Yeah, she's breaking up.
Narrative.
Deb, how's your internet? Like you're good? Like a
Like-
service?
Yeah, she's going in and out.
Yeah, Deb, you're going
Well,
in and
I-
out. Do you have
Like right now.
your phone is connected to your Wi-Fi, not your
He's
data?
on.
You guys, give me a second. I'm gonna come right back. I'm gonna help Deb out. We'll both join right back in, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, so peoples, I'm glad that everybody's here. I am so happy that everybody's here. I appreciate everybody's coming in and joining in the chat and things and stuff. If you would do me a favor, because there's just a little bit of delay when people are speaking, so try to keep your commentary down to maybe about a minute or so that it gives other people time to chime in and things. Try not to overspeak. So let the person finish their narrative or whatever they have to say before you chime in, so we don't have this clash of people, because the service is such to where we have just a slight delay. So if we can just be courteous enough to kind of like say something and then allow the other person to go ahead and speak. But you have your chat on the side of the screen here. Take a look at the chat. You can make some commentaries in there, read what the people are saying, address the things that the people are saying. You have your private chat on the side right there. So if you want to send me a private chat or something, go ahead and take advantage of that. But let's be cognizant of everyone, and then let's have a wonderful time tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edwards. I'm having my cocktail. Oh boy.
You're welcome. Okay, so this is what I want to do, people. I want to ask each and every one of the panel members a question. And if you guys can answer the question, and then the chat room, I want you guys to chime in as well. Now, I have been doing this Kenneka Jenkins chat room for quite some time now, but I've only just been on YouTube for just a little over a month or so. And since I've been on YouTube, I've adopted a certain narrative, because after spending over 4 years of looking at this video content and pictures and things, and then after settling down and praying about it, God gave me eagle eyes to start seeing some things out of this content. Now, case in point, I didn't have the original video footage, so I've only used that of what the people have given. So my question to each and every one of you is, and I want you to answer the question, Do you think that Kenneka Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment? And if you do, or if you don't, give us your reasoning why. And so we're going to start with Island Girl, and then we're going to work our way down the panel. Let's go.
No, I don't think that was her. And the reason why, because the one girl that was walking in the hallway, she was too heavy. And Kenneka was a small girl. She was real heavy. And the one that was in the room, I think that was her in the hallway. So I don't think that was her walking in the hallway.
Okay, Deborah, is your thing up and ready? Or whatever happened to what happened to the other young lady? Did she disappear? Everybody's disappearing. No, nobody wants to talk. Deborah, are you there? Wow, what happened to my panel? Everybody was here at one point, and now everybody had disappeared. Okay, so while the people go ahead and work on their computers and coming back and things, I'm going to go ahead and okay, there's Island Girl. Okay, so Island Girl, you can go ahead and finish your narrative.
Well, like I said, I don't think that was her that was in the hallway because, for one, the girl, like I said, the girl that was walking in the hallway, she's a little bit bigger than Kenneka. And then the girl that was in the cask, she's heavier, you know. She's way heavier than Kenneka was. I don't think that was her. And you can clearly see that the girls that they have been showing, they're they don't look like her. I mean, they're too heavy, or I don't know. It's I don't think that was. I don't think she was walking in the hallway.
Hi guys. Hi. Can you guys hear me? Deb?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Hi. Is everybody else there?
I think she left.
Who left? Everybody else left?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Commentary. I had help my my cousin Deb with her settings. So I think she might be coming back in. Hi, Deb.
Hi, it keeps going in and out. It's annoying. I just got kicked for no reason.
Okay, so Meg, my question
can't
was,
hear
do
nobody.
you think that
Deb, do you have your headphones? Do you have your headphones in? Huh? Deb, do you have your AirPods in? Into the chat.
okay, people, that's good. I mean, we're having a little technical difficulties, but I mean, this is the first time everybody's coming on live and things, and so
Yeah.
well, we're going to work through this. So, Meg, my question was to the panel and everybody. Okay, I see that they're having some issues. Let me wait, will be moved if you want to prevent this. Okay, so maybe this probably is why she's having issues. So, okay, all right.
Hi. I'm
So,
sorry. I'm
Meg,
back.
you're back.
Yep. Sorry about that, you guys. I'm gonna
Okay, so Meg, my question
if you
is,
can
do
shoot me
you
your
believe that
email, I'm
Kenneka
gonna
Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment? That's the question.
so to answer your question, I will say I don't know. I will tell you that coming from someone that legit only saw mainstream news, that's all I know. I saw like videos of her, like, well, supposed videos, alleged videos of her walking the hallway and like intoxicated and like unable to like take care of herself. Like clearly she was like under the influence of something, right? But I will say, like I said from the beginning of see Edward, you can't say that. I don't know is not good enough. What I'm telling you is, and I was clear from the jump when I first when I first entered the stream, I said I'm new here. I'm 100% new here, and I don't know. All I know is what I saw months ago when the case first came out and what was shown to the media, right? Like, and what the media portrayed to the public, right? So I knew, like, my gut told me something wasn't right. I know that. So I haven't had the opportunity. Like I said, my cousin and I were talking, and she's like, hey, this whole Kenneka thing, Jenkins case came out again. I've been following this guy. Like, he has like shown me like so much, and like he is on point. And I said, okay, send me the link. And I said, I'm gonna go and watch like his videos, right? So she did send me the link, and I like went on there. But before I had the opportunity to even look into all of your videos, like watch the previous videos, you went live, and my cousin saw it, and she said, "Oh shit, he's on live!" Like, she was like, "Let's join." And I was like, "Okay." So we both hung up the phone and went to join your live. So it's not, I'm not like knocking anything you're saying. I learned to trust, to not trust anything that the public, like the media, has a narrative. And who are the media companies owned by? Like, you're not going to find another person that is going to like distrust the shit that they hear more than me. Okay? Or more than the other people. I think people have learned to not trust CNN, not trust Fox, not trust all these people that are out there. I'm not like negating anything that you're saying. What I'm saying as a person, the only thing that I have like kind of come at you about is that like you can be smart, you can be with it, you can be street smart and still be caught up. That's all I'm saying is like if people are not on your side, they're not on your side. Like if there's people that are out for you, they're gonna get you. And there's people that are predators. Predators. And I am, what do you mean take a stance for what? What? That she is not, that it didn't happen the way it happened? I wouldn't be here unless I thought that. Okay? I would not be here unless I thought that. Okay? But I will be the devil's advocate that I'm not gonna, you can't believe every single thing that you hear. And I'm not saying that anything that you're saying is wrong because I haven't listened to your videos and I will listen to your videos. But all I'm saying is that as a young woman, all I'm saying is that she could, the only thing that I even like went against you was saying was that she could be from the hood and still be a victim, whether she was stupid or not. You don't have to be like street smart. You walk into a place with your homegirls or so-called homegirls and you're young and you're naive and be given a drug with the minute you walk in there. People are drugged even by like just smoking cigarettes. They put shit in everything. People, when they're evil, at the end of the day, when you're evil, you're going to do whatever it is to take advantage of somebody. And that's all I'm saying. I have a stance that I know something's not right, but me, I look at evidence and that's it at the end of the day. And I will be watching all your videos. I'm here for a reason. And I will be taking a look at that. It's clear something ain't right. I knew from the jump something's not right with this case. Edward, are you there?
All right, peoples, we are going to allow Deborah to come back in and speak. So, Deborah.
Yeah, what I was saying earlier is that I've been, ever since this case went viral, I've listened to a lot of YouTubers. There was Straight Drop, and I listened to Zillionaire, and I listened to Kate 420, which she was getting very she started to bring up the Nesbits, the gang members, the sign, all kind of stuff like that, and they scared her away. I mean, I was like really listening to her, but like I said, I listened to a lot of people, but for some reason you came through my feed and like you caught my ear. So and it's I believe
So we can
your
see
narrative.
him. They could see me.
I can I can see what you're saying and understand what you're saying with the narrative. You sound like you got more. It sounds more plausible what you're saying than and when I look back at the videos as well, and you show how she's small. You showed the video of another woman with big breasts, and I know she didn't have breasts like that. It was like she's kind of thick. And a girl that's drunk and walking through the hallways and stuff. So, but I my heart is with you. Um, I'm going through all your videos. I haven't finished yet, but I want to go all the way down to the beginning when you first came because you said you just started doing this 6 months ago, 5 months ago, or how long ago? that you started StreamYard going live on this case?
Well, I've been on StreamYard for about a month and a half now, but I have had my Facebook page for since this case had started. And so it was just recently that I just came on StreamYard and YouTube, but I've been talking in Facebook forever and a day. And so this is why I decided to come on YouTube to
I know.
come and hit up a greater panel.
Facebook. Well, I believe I saw your name in the I want to say Facebook, but I didn't. I was kind of getting leery with the different YouTubers and stuff. I'm like, oh, go here's another one. There's so many people on YouTube and bringing different narratives, and I never listened to yours. So it surprised me that you came to, and I know you caught my attention the other day when you was driving. And you're funny. You be having me laugh, but yeah, I don't know. I believe what you're saying. The narrative that you're putting out there, but I'm gonna go back and look in the beginning of your videos. I'm like, I don't know. I've been for the past few days. I've been stuck on yours. I mean, all day, all night. I can't wait to get home because I want to go back and watch your videos. So
yeah, and she's who brought me here because we're both realists. We know that you can't. There's certain people that have a narrative, right, on YouTube or wherever, right? And there's always there's people that are like paid promoters or paid people that will try to tell you about something, tell you something it is what it is, but it's really not really what it is, right? Because there's a narrative, right? There's an end game for it. And so when Deb told me about that, but she said, she stopped watching because remember, Deb, we were talking about it. I was like, Deb, come on. She was telling me about all these YouTube channels. We were both following the case, right? But then she was telling me all these different narratives and that. I mean, the social media that came up with her case was insane. She was telling me all these people that why are you here? What's the point? Right? They all seemed like they had a narrative. And then when she would listen is what made her hey, this seemed legit. So she stopped believing a lot of different things, but then because she knew too, from the jump, shit was not right. Doesn't matter whether it's a certain footage or whatever, the whole thing did not add up. It did not add up, right? And she stopped because all these YouTube people, that the ones that were making sense, fell off. For some reason, their channels were no longer either online, right? Which we know when you tell the truth, right? They might cut you off, or they might be, right? But then she felt she didn't follow the case for a long time, and then she heard yours, Edward, and it spoke to her.
I was there with it. I was looking for.
Yeah. You just weren't hearing what the truth.
I mean, I never stopped.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. But I didn't stop. A couple of people showed up, and I guess I'm looking for someone like Edward Joseph. That's that makes sense. What he's saying.
You hear that, Edward?
And then when you put God in the details, it makes a difference.
Yeah, because then God's gonna be in the details.
But I'm glad I'm here.
Positive thing.
God's gonna be in the details.
Mm-hmm.
You're nothing in the dark. Stay
Okay,
hidden.
people. So, what I want to do is I want to give everybody opportunity to speak. So, when we are giving our response, let's try to keep it down to a minimum so everybody can speak. The chat room, you guys can chime on in as well and things. I want to get Keisha's perspective and things, and then we're going to move on to the next question. I thank each and every one of you guys for coming in and tuning in. I mean, I am so honored. I am pleased. This is what I have been wanting to do for the longest time, to get people out here, to get their narrative, to get their perspective as to what we need to talk about. Because as much as we can get this information out there, then we can make a difference. And yes, Meg, I want you to go back. I want you to review all of my videos, and then I want you to come in and chime in, and I want you to take a stance upon this, because I don't want anyone from my lives to not be in the know. I want everybody to be in the know, but I want everyone to take a stance, because that's what we need to do. If we don't take a stance, then what's good is our narrative. I mean, we'll just be like people just out in the wind and things. So people, everybody needs to take a stance about this case, whether you agree with what I'm saying or whether you disagree. That's fine. We can work through that. But you must take a stance, and then you need to stand up on that. And not only stand up on that, but bring some content and some context out of your narrative. So people, let's hear from Keisha, and then we're going to go to the next question.
Yes. I'm just stuck. I just really don't even know what to say. I'm just here to listen and find out what the truth is, and piggyback off what everyone asked to say. Like I said, I wasn't too much involved in this case. Like everyone's been saying, I followed Trey Gang, Zillionaire, whoever they are, and every time I went on their commentary, it was just like showing the same thing until I stopped at a point. I said, I can't watch this no more because it's not going anywhere. So then, like I said the other night, I saw you, Mr. Edwards, and I said, oh, he's onto something here. And I watched you while you went to go pick up your son. It was a long night, believe me. So I just want to hear more. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry. That's all I have to say. If I don't belong in here, just let me know,
Okay,
and
so
I'll
people,
just
that is
leave.
fair enough. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you watching my lives and things, and sitting back wanting to listen and wanting to understand more about this case and things. And that's rightfully so, people. This is why we're here. We're family. It ain't no rights and it ain't no wrongs. It is all of us coming together collectively to share our thoughts and to expound upon our thoughts and understand more about this case as to what we see, what our perspective is and things. I'm not always right about this case. I can only just give to you what God has given me to see and to save from this case. And so I've always said, if you're going to challenge me, challenge God, because he was the one who's given it. So my next question would be, people, this would be for the panel, and then this will be for everyone in the chat room. And then we're going to start off with Island Girl 49. What are your thoughts? People, listen, because I don't want to have to repeat this again. What are your thoughts and views as it pertains to TM? And TM is Teresa Martin. So I'm just going to use acronyms whenever I'm addressing people. What are your thoughts and views about TM? Now, question is, do you think TM has set up Kenneka Jenkins? And if so, why? Island Girl?
Yes, I think she set her up because throughout this whole thing, there has been no remorse. it's all about money. You know, it's this is your daughter. Your daughter get killed, and you go on live and you say nobody did nothing to her, and then you make another live and say they did something to her. Which one is it? You know, it's to me. I truly believe it's all about money. That's what I think. I truly believe she's not. I mean, she doesn't have no remorse. Even when it's shown when she's looking at her on the gurney, there's no remorse. There's nothing. It's nothing there.
Okay, so Deborah, what is your thoughts upon that?
Uh, I agree with her. She just had the reaction. Me as a mother, if I was to see my child on a gurney like that, I think I would like just break down right there. She just stood so far off, as if she was afraid. I don't know. She just seemed to be not no emotion. Just her movements just didn't look right.
Yeah.
Her and her
They seem
daughter. It just
calculated,
didn't
right?
seem right. Mm-hmm. That's my thought.
And when you see that, like that, there's no organization to it. It's all emotion. Like you're seeing your kid. Like who does that? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Just it didn't seem genuine to me. That's what I say about it.
I say for myself, when I did watch a couple of TM's lives, she would come on there. She wouldn't really speak about her daughter. She would, from the ones I watched, she would quote scripture Bibles, and she would be drunk or whatever. She would be in the car, and her friend would be talking, and it
Yeah.
was just a whole mess. And I didn't agree with that at all.
Yeah.
She's too busy worrying about what everybody is saying about her. Then
Yep.
instead of her focusing and not worrying about what everybody else is saying and focusing on what happened to her daughter.
Yeah.
She's too busy worrying about what everybody else say. That's why I said is I don't know. It's to me, I think it's all about money.
Oh yeah. At the end of the day, 100%. 100%.
Okay, so I appreciate that. So now, my question is, and this is what really has been bothering me for the longest time. I sit back and I look at Lenore. Lenore was Kenneka Jenkins' sister, right? But Lenore was supposed to be the big sister. She was supposed to be example for all of the family and things. But then sitting back and looking at all of the different stuff that Lenore has been doing has just put me in sort of kind of a certain mood, because I'm kind of like, this is egregious for how she presents herself. I mean, understanding, and when you do your research about Kenneka in the family and things, TM was a madam. TM had trained Kenneka, Shemaya, Bree, and others to be prostitutes and stuff. And so you can see that displayed in the actions and in the attire of Lenore. Now, she had came on and she had said that my attire doesn't make me who I am. Well, I mean, come on, peoples. what are your thoughts and views about Lenore? Do you think that she was one who really cared about her sister? Do you think that she was the one who had helped and assisted in setting up Kenneka? What are your thoughts and views? Anybody, everybody just chime out and let me know your thoughts. I'm going to show a picture of her and just, be real. Just let me know what your thoughts is.
Yeah, I think she set her up. I think she was jealous. They wasn't close. They wasn't close at all. And I think she set her up. She helped set her up because she was jealous.
My thoughts on that is that when you showed the video of Lenore being there that night, I don't understand why. I don't even think she was looking for her sister or anything. So I was a little bit confused about that when they had her friends and when they did the phone call and her mother, I don't know, and her mother asked them to bring her car. I was a little bit confused about that. That didn't sit too well with me either.
Well, I will say that it has nothing to do with her outfit, because you can be out there tricking, you can be out there prostituting, you can be out there doing anything, but it's your character that makes, like, what there's not a chance. I can be a bank robber, I can be a murderer, I can be a sex offender, I can do whatever, right? I can be whoever, but there's not a chance in hell, even with all those things and all those titles and owning it, whatever, like, if that's who you are, there's not a chance that, even like with drama, like, there's no way I'm gonna leave my sister, half sister, stepsister, family, friend. I mean, family is not just blood. It can be your best friend. Like, there's no way you're gonna leave your people. Your people are your people. There's no way you're gonna leave them to that situation. There's no way.
But you gotta understand, she was jealous of her. She was jealous of her, and she was mad. And when you have that kind of jealousy and hatred in your heart, you'll do anything.
Yep. And that's why she wasn't really. That's why you can believe it, because if she didn't really have her, she didn't have her back. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're a good person, you would never allow that to happen, right? Like, even if I don't, me, who doesn't speak to my sister, like, we have issues, I would never let that happen, because that's the character of the person that I am. But if she's got animosity, like, it takes a certain type of person to let that happen to even a stranger, or to be part of it, right?
Yeah.
Come on, yo. Like, it takes a certain type of human being to let that happen to another female and to go along with it. Like, who are you? Like, really, who are you inside?
And
like,
even if you don't,
my whole thing is like, why? Why?
Yep. It's not that serious.
well, like I said, it goes back to what I said. When you have that much hatred and even evil in your heart, and you look at your sister and you jealous, people do strange things. Strange things. And nowadays you have to be careful about your family than a stranger.
Keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer.
Yeah.
What it is. It's a shame. Yeah, so she wasn't
I just really find
fan.
it so sad that, this young lady had to endure the things that she endured and stuff. Family, friends, everybody. She had no one to turn to. Let's take a look at this video that Lenora had did and stuff, because, see, she was one who I really haven't talked too much about, but I think I am going to start homing in onto her because of the simple fact that she had, okay. You guys will soon come to understand why I'm going to start getting on Laura. Laura had the numbers of the people who Kenneka Jenkins came to come see at that establishment. And I think that she knew way more than what she alluded. You know,
Yeah.
yes, I do understand that TM set up Kenneka and things, and you know, she trained her to be a prostitute and all like that. But I think that Lenore had more of a hand in Kenneka Jenkins being at that establishment than anybody. And that's
Yeah.
just being honest. You know, because she was the one who had the people's numbers in her phone.
Yep.
And it's in the case files. Had it not been for Lenore, she knew who the people was. She didn't want to turn over the phones. That's, you know, it was already established. TM didn't want to turn on the phones because TM didn't want the people to know that Kenneka was down there selling her kitty cat and things. But these were the people who Lenore knew personally. But instead of her bringing her tail down there, she sent her sister to come and trick for her and to make money for her.
That's a
And
shame.
subsequently, here it all started off, people. Now, what are your thoughts and views? But let's before you come and comment, let's take a look at this video because this really disturbs me. It really disturbs me. And then after of what we just covered right now, it disturbs me even more. But I want you guys to take a look at this and then tell me your thoughts because this is amazing, people. This is a goddamn new discovery.
After the firefighter, then they come on told that boy tell her which one it is. The boy did it. Which one it is? No, there's no accusation. No, I'm just trying, just getting whatever else you said that discrepancy was. Once we was here, they told my mama that the fire department left my sister in the freezer. But they called her a few days later and told her that they told her that an employee left my sister in the freezer. It was like 10 of us out here. They did not say. Did they say anything else that what was in that freezer? Because why so long before somebody would go in a freezer and a hotel this stuff? We went in the freezer. It wasn't nothing in the freezer. But one little piece of ice in the freezer was warm when we got in the freezer. It wasn't even cold. They said they had just turned it up. Even if it was out, it should still be the cold in the freezer. Did they say anything about any obvious marks on her or anything like that? No, they didn't let us see her until they learned about it. We didn't see none down here. We only saw her from neck on up. And her hair was all over her head. It looked like she was spiking. I asked some friends how was her hair was when she left out the hotel. They said her hair was flat and straight down. And when I saw it, it looked like it was just all over her head. It didn't add up. It didn't add up. Were you the one who spoke with your sister about 1:30 the night before on Saturday morning? Or no? One of your family members spoke with her at 1:30, right? No, I know she left the house at 11:30 on Friday. Yeah. But Saturday morning, there was a report that somebody spoke with her, at least knew that she was alive at 1:30 on Saturday morning. Is there any confirmation that you know of from that? Okay. So we're literally looking for what happened from that time until she was found Sunday morning. I mean, nobody really. That's a long time. It's a long time. That's a whole day. The doctor, like, even if a boy did found her, what name that a boy quits for empty freezer? How? If y'all say y'all don't use this area no more, so why's the boy in this area? I don't know. There was also concern about her being locked in, possibly. Like, was there a padlock or something on the outside? They dumped her in a double freezer. You had to go through one freezer to get to another freezer. But before you get to that freezer room, it's a camera right there. My mother asked them, did the camera work? The man said, the police officer said, detective. He said, I'm not sure. So now he say, yo, tell my mama, you can see video, whoever entered that room, the thing, before you got in there, yes, you should be able to see, because there's a camera right there before you get to the room. And it was an emergency lock inside the freezer. So if ain't nobody put her in there, if they say she walked in it like they say, I'm pretty pretty sure that the co-worker out when she was intoxicated. That must have woke her up. Why did she push the body in front of nobody? I think even if she did put herself in, she would have pushed that body in the door. It don't matter. She walks in there. I'm pretty sure my sister would have pushed that body to get up out of there because she was freezing. Yeah. It ain't right. It's emergency button in the door, so just in case the door shut. It ain't even no happening.
Leonard, did you see this video that was traveling around on Facebook? And this is something I want to ask police because I've asked them before and they said they weren't privy to it today. With a young lady who said she was her friend with a nightmare hat and a white t-shirt and that she was. Is there anything?
I saw that.
Be concerned about.
I saw that, but if it was somebody from the hotel front, the police didn't tell us. Yeah, they didn't tell us if it was. They didn't.
That's what I thought. This had. Okay. If there's any other way for you to use this, I'll text you my number. You can reach out to us. Jamal has my number too, and also yeah. But if you need anything else, I'm so sorry. This is something you should be grieving now. You should be trying this all the time.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. And yes, that's my little sister. I'm not going to stop until I get
To ask you a question,
Last question.
what is it that you want to tell the whole world? Stop saying about your sister negative, anything on Facebook, all these lies until the truth come out. What is you want, message that you want?
I want to tell them to please stop making it seem like my sister was here. Because what she had on, because what you wear don't identify your character. You can't judge a book by its cover. So I don't care what this hotel known for, because I got a lot of rumors that the hotel known for selling. You know what? One thing, and I'm not just saying this because she's my sister. You guys, anybody out here that know her? Kenneka had 2 boyfriends out of her life that I know about. That mom's hurting my sister. So I know she wasn't here selling nothing. I know she wasn't here. They need to stop saying that she was drunk. Because now it's a bunch of other videos that's at 2:40, that's at 2:30. It's a lot of more videos coming out, and I have the video. See, she was fine. She was sitting there. She wasn't like this or none of that. So if y'all say she got lost at 2, somehow she in a video. No, she just sitting there. She talking. Because when the manager knocked on the door, whoever it was, Kenneka was one of the persons that went to the door and they say that was a manager. You see this in a video. So she was drunk and she had to come up mixing around 3 something, like 2 something. It ain't adding up because we got like 5 more videos. So what they saying not adding up. They say it was at 3:20. She was stumped. They say she was stumped. I don't believe that.
At the front desk, you're talking about, yeah, in the hallway.
And they say she was walking to an employee area, and they saw her on the camera stumbling, like holding on to the wall to walk like she was intoxicated.
Did you guys view that camera, or that's what
No,
you told you?
they saw that after we viewed the camera.
Okay.
They didn't show us that camera. They saw that after we reviewed all. Once I left, they said they did every camera that they had in the hotel to get extra.
So tomorrow you can get your hands on that. You can stay there and show me everything. You can say, show me everything, right? I mean, so you're all down.
If they willing to show it to me, yes.
Are you okay with me giving them your number?
Yes.
Where is the freezer? Where's the freezer located?
In the basement, right?
Okay, to get to the freezer from the elevator, you have to walk straight. You gotta pass the front desk, and then you have to turn. It's a long hallway. You gotta walk through the hallway. You gotta open 2 double doors. Before you open the door, it's a camera right there. Before you enter the door. And I told the police officer, I'm like, it's a camera right here. He told me it's 7 different ways to enter the kitchen.
What about the freezer? You can enter the kitchen all kinds of ways. You don't have to sit there until they
I say it's a camera right here. So he say it's 7 different ways to enter the freezer. And it's a long way you gotta go for her to be drunk like she had a man. No, I'm not go outside to there. Why not go outside? You gotta go through a little walkway. Then you gotta keep walking. You gotta walk through something else. Then you gotta open up a door thing. Then you gotta walk some more. Go through a door thing. But the camera before they say no, we not there yet. They say no, we not there yet. We not there. How did she do all this? Drunk. When you drunk, you go in the bed. You don't go outside. You don't think of going to the basement. No, it's on the front lot. Yeah, it's on the front. Once you walk past the there, it's a little hole. You gotta walk how would she know to go there? There's two big white doors. You gotta open the doors to get in. And it's a camera right there. I don't know about you, but for me, I be taking a path of least resistance. So this is the one, okay, well, that's not where so that's what they see is that she passed the way you exit. Yeah. To go to these to get in there. It don't sound like it. You have all the hours to ask, right? You're gonna sit there and okay. You want to touch the best what you know what we can do along the way, okay? Yes. All right, I'll take you. Trying to be a secret meeting. They told us to be quiet and they wouldn't say nothing until everybody be quiet outside this hotel. Thank you.
All right, people. So I'm, I am just sorry. Help me to make this make sense, people. Help me to make this make sense. Did you hear what this girl said? She said her sister was at the party. Peoples, come on. Come on. Now see, this right here is what I am talking about. It ain't nobody making sense of this. We all know that the person that played Kenneka Jenkins at that party was not Kenneka Jenkins. It was not Lenore's sister. It was not TM's daughter. It was a trainee. People, help me to make this make sense. How in the hell could this girl sit up here and lie like this? She's saying that her sister was at the hotel. She's stumbling down the halls and this and that and the other. People, come on, see, this is why I love doing what I'm doing, peoples. And this is why I love keep going back to the video footage. And this is why I love reviewing it, because you got to help me make this make sense. I don't care what TM say. I don't care what Trey Game, 54 Keys, Zillionaire, and all of these other people say. People, help me to make this make sense. And I want you guys to chime out, because you heard it yourself. You heard it yourself. We know, I have already shown you without a shadow of a doubt that Kenneka was never at that establishment alive on the night. Okay, we got that. We got that. But help me to make this make sense. How in the hell and why in the hell did this girl lie and say that that was her sister in the room when we know that wasn't her sister? Help me to make that make sense, people. Come on, panel, chime out. Island Girl, Debbie, Keisha, what's your comments?
Cover up. That's all I gotta say. A lie.
Yeah.
Cover up.
Yeah, we know she's lying.
That's all. Cover up.
Cover up, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't, she's not going to come out and tell the truth.
No truth in it if you didn't see it.
Her hair was all over her face. They're not gonna bring no dead body out the freezer with the hair covered all over your face. So what is she talking? Her face was not covered with hair on that gurney. So you know what you said about it. She was fucked up with it covering her face. I don't get, why would you even say that? I don't know. I don't believe what she's saying.
I don't believe what
true.
she's saying.
She's covering it up. She's talking too damn much right now. I mean, over there. She's talking too much.
See, people, the problem that I have is that her sister got on here and talked to the news. Her sister got on national TV to say that that was her sister, and that her sister was at that party. She's making reference of that. What is it that the people don't understand or see? Now I see why everybody is duped, because everybody is listening to Irene, everybody is listening to TM, but nobody is looking at this case for themselves. Nobody is doing the research for themselves. Nobody is understanding for themselves. Everybody is watching and saying the same thing. Peoples, come on now. You got to help me make this make sense. Chat room, help me to make this make sense. Lenore clearly states that that girl that was in the room was Kenneka Jenkins. People, let me show you this picture right here. This is not Kenneka Jenkins. Everybody said that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment, but you got to help me make sense, people. Help me to make this make sense. This was the trainee. This was the one who came and got commandeered in the hallway. This is the one. Now, do this look like Kenneka? And do this look like Kenneka? Come on, people. But yet Lenore is saying that this man was her sister. So, as you can see for yourself, that this is not Kenneka, but this is a man. Why in the world is everybody listening to all of these YouTubers and Facebookers and stuff and saying that this guy and this girl was Kenneka Jenkins when you can clearly see for yourself, people? Help me to make that make sense. Somebody, please help me to make this make sense. This is the basis of my argument. This is the whole basis of what I hang my whole lives on. If you can't understand this, then how in the hell are you going to understand this case? Come on, people. What's up? Let's go.
I've never seen this before, this picture before. So I can't even speak on it. I've never seen this picture before. Misled, if you want to call it.
They want you to believe that that's her because they don't want no one to know what happened to her. It was a cover up. So they're bringing in these fake people.
Okay, for me with Mr. Edward bringing out all these
Oh my gosh!
new
Wow!
pictures.
That is
I've
truly
never
amazing.
seen these pictures
I'm
before.
so sorry, Keisha.
I've never seen them before. Even the one that you showed in your commentary with the guy picking her up with all that black on. I've never seen these pictures before ever. I mean, I've never studied this case like this, so I'm gonna be truthful. I don't know. I've never seen these pictures before.
Well, I've never seen them two pictures you just showed, but I remember the was it Carl Nesbitt and the other guy, TM's boyfriend. What's his name? Carl? No, not Carl. TM's boyfriend. I don't remember seeing him in there, but when you show those videos, I can see. So it's all a cover up from the beginning to the end. Numberlies.com. Just pure evil over there.
That place gives me the creeps. It's just not right. Just something's not right in that place. I don't.
Mm-mm.
I have nothing nice to say about it.
I remember a woman that was over there when she had dropped balloons over there, and she talked about how the aura that was around that place. Like she was outside Crown Plaza, but she said the aura that was there was evil, and I believe her. God was bad.
People, so I want you to take a look at the picture in the party. Look at the guy in the party. Look at the body in the party. And look at Kenneka's body right here. Kenneka is a lot thicker in this picture than this person, the guy that's in the party. And then you got two different jackets going on here. So you cannot tell me that this is Kenneka Jenkins right here when you see two different jackets. How in the world could all of these people have been giving out this narrative for all of this time when you can clearly see for yourself? This is not Kenneka. I mean, wow. Now, and then I did this right here. Here's the collage. This is the trainee right here. This is the other girl who played Kenneka. And then this is the fake Kenneka right here. So how do these three people equal up to this person and this person right there? Help me to make that make sense, people.
The girl in the bathroom, that is not Kenneka. Neither is the one above. That is not Kenneka. And the one
No,
walking in the
neither.
hallway, that is not
Neither
Kenneka.
one of them are.
None of them. Uh-uh.
And see, this person right here is the trainee. This person is the guy. This person was the one who walked in with Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree.
I have a question. And
Look at his face. Oh my God, people, here. Look, let me do this. Keisha, what is your question?
I have to get my thoughts together before I say it, because I'm gonna say it, but just let me think about it for a minute, because I don't want to say the wrong thing. Just give me a minute.
I mean, people's, see, and this is the problem that I have. This is the problem that I have with a lot of YouTubers and Facebookers and everything like that and stuff. Everybody has been saying that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment. Everybody has been trying to implicate and impute her into somewhere where she's never been. When you understand that they use 5 different girls to play Kenneka Jenkins, then you got to ask yourself the question, why? Why out of 36 hours of video footage, we never see Kenneka Jenkins? All we hear is a voiceover. All we see is a girl who's supposed to have been Kenneka Jenkins stumbling down the halls, ultimately come off an elevator and into a kitchen. Help me to make that make sense. That doesn't make sense, people. If Kenneka Jenkins ever really was at the establishment, then why have all 5 people play Kenneka Jenkins? She could have just played herself, right? Oh my God, peoples, come on.
Well, I think you just answered my question.
She can't play. She's already dead. She's dead.
So my question is, and this may be, you probably said it over quite some time. So I'm just trying to figure out within my mind, if you said she was never there, she never made it, okay, we have all these reenactments, then where, I'm trying to figure out, then when did she die? Or I'm just like, if she didn't go, I'm just trying to figure out how.
She died on the 7th.
Just trying to figure out. Okay, she died on the 7th. Okay, I understand that, but if she was never in none of these reenactments, how? I'm just trying to figure out. I don't even know what I want to say right now. Did she just vanish, die, or that's probably not even the right words I even want to use. I'm just confused.
So basically, she went there on the 6th. She died on the 7th. So here comes the 8th or the 9th. They had to make this big birthday party just to make it look like she was there. She was already dead on the 7th. So make it look like she was there, and she went down the corridors all drunk and put that out there on social media. That's exactly what they did, and I believe that.
This is mind blowing. This is mind blowing.
She was being sacrificed. She was in a. They had a what do you call it?
Ritual.
Yeah.
If I may ask, Edward, her brother, do you think that he was aware of what went down as far as TM sending her over there that day and the whole thing? Or it was only the part that he knew about, that she was, that Monifa had recorded it and sent it to him, what happened to her, what they were doing to her? Or did he know the whole thing? Do you know that?
This is crazy.
To be honest with you, I don't think her brother ever knew that TM and Allure had sent Kenneka Jenkins over there. What I do know is that he had found out because Monifa was the one who was supposed to be taking the pictures and videos, which she did. She was the one who had captured everything and had captured Kenneka Jenkins being assaulted, raped, sodomized. Now we need to put in sodomized. Now I know a lot of people don't agree with that and don't see that, but Kenneka Jenkins has been sodomized. So let's get that terminology in there because she's been sodomized. And it was because she was sodomized is why they sent it to her. People, I have already shown you the video footage of Sherry Shriner when she talked about the Eye of Horus. The Eye of Horus is Satan's asshole. Satan's assholes is what these people do in prison. They go, they bend people over, and they stick their ding-dings in people's asshole. So this is what they did to Kenneka Jenkins. So, and basically what they're referencing and what they're saying is that now your sister is my asshole, and I am going to do to her what they do to you guys in prison. So this is one of the reasons why they did what they did, to really piss him off, because they couldn't get to him. So they got to his sister. And you know what they did? That's what they did, people. That pissed him the fuck off. And when they did that, guess what happened? Street justice came into play. And when street justice came into play, all of those ones who had touched Kenneka in such a way, look at them now. They're no longer here. Zach said it himself. Zach and his friends. All we did was just touch her, me and my BD brothers. All we did was just touch her, but we ain't kill her. And it was because of Zach's testimony is why his ass is not here today. And then the other people who was with him sodomizing Kenneka Jenkins. That is why they are not here. They sent that video to her brother in prison, and they purposely sent that because they wanted to make a statement. Now, that is exactly why they did that to him, because they made a very big, valuable statement. You get screwed, she get used.
That's awful. That's awful.
No, sexual assault and sodomy will never be in the autopsy, Megan. Sexual assault and sodomy will never be in an autopsy, because if that was in an autopsy, then that changes the whole gambit of this case. It goes from accident to sexual assault, or it goes from accident to murder, or it goes from accident to whatever other thing. But see, people, let me educate you up on something here. It was the terminology that they used in the beginning to describe this case. They said that this was a crime scene. Remember what Lenore and TM said every time they had went on some type of live. They said that they treated them like criminals. They said that you cannot touch the body because it is a what? Crime scene. So, peoples, help me to make this make sense. If you ever watch the video, how in the hell could this have been a crime scene when we never seen no yellow tape plastered around anywhere? We never seen nobody collect no goddamn evidence whatsoever. They did not dust her body. They did not dust the coffee cup that was sitting on the table. They did not dust for fingerprints. They didn't do a goddamn thing. So they staged everything. They staged Kenneka in the manner to which you saw her in the freezer. They staged her like a whore.
Yeah.
They put her hair over her face. They had her shirt ripped open to where it was her breast exposed. They put her in a very provocative pose, people. See, when you understand the codes, then you understand this case. When you understand the fly and underlining things that they did in the terminology that they used, then you will become to understand that this wasn't no fucking accident. This was a goddamn crime scene. But yet, everybody and their mama believes it was a goddamn accident. People, help me to make that make sense. And then one thing I need you to understand is stop relying upon the goddamn case files. Because if the case files was right, how in the hell could a 95 to 110 pound girl turn out to be 157 pounds, people? Help me to make that make sense.
I am. Cool. And I'm gonna say for myself, when I was, well, I
Trish,
wasn't reviewing anything when
are
they had all those.
exactly right, Mel.
Yeah. I didn't see none of that happen. I really didn't. I didn't see no ambulance. I saw no tape. I saw absolutely nothing, and people walking all over the crime scene. So I don't think at that point in time my mind was really thinking about that. So it wasn't right. Nothing was done right.
My understanding is that the police are not real, like they're police, but they're safety. They're not like Chicago police. I don't know if that's true. What their position was, and then on top of it, if it's a crime scene, why are all of those police officers, the beverage manager, all of them in there walking back and forth in and out over there? It should, like you said, tape should have been up. There should have been bagged evidence and stuff like that. They didn't do any of that. So, but my question is about the police there that showed up. Are they real police officers, or they're just safety? I'm confused with that one.
Well, remember what um remember what Killer had said in the Zach's live. The police, the mama, the hotel establishment, everybody was involved. They were not real police. They were police services. They have a office in the building. They were the ones who protected the people who did the organ trafficking. Remember, they had that in the news where they were doing that organ trafficking stuff. They had their offices on the 6th, and the police agency was just not too far from there that protected them all of this time. So the police service people were not really police, but they were just people who had serviced the hotel establishment. And they worked for the hotel establishment, so they helped cover up the hotel establishment deeds. See, people, when you really dive into this case, you will start to see all of this nefarious madness come out. It is horrendous, absolutely horrendous. Here, come on, let's go back into time, people. I'm tired of this right here. Let's go back in time. Let me go to one of my lives. Let me go back to my live here. Go to my channel. And we are going to, just to give you guys a little insight here. Let me see here. What am I'm going to... All right. I think I'm going to, now let me see. I want to go to the one that was, I'm trying to see which one was that.
No, we got a big storm coming tonight.
This is Virtual Night. Let me, uh-oh, that's not good.
Ours is already here.
Massachusetts, is that what?
Our storm is already here. No, I'm in Chicago.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
in,
I'm going to go right here. I'm gonna start right.
Oz is coming tonight.
Huh? All right. So I'm gonna start right here. Ritual night, the sacrifice of a black queen. Let's just hear a little bit of this. Let's take a look at that. Joel Calm, September the 11th. She had a rough weekend. Isn't that a stark contrast to the Black Queen? Stretch this out a little bit here. Increase that some. I want you guys to see something here. Okay. The Mona Lisa. Take a look, peoples, and tell me what you see. And it's amazing how, when you look at this picture, the line crosses out the eyes. One has a subdued smile. Hair is all over her head. Eyes, pretty much, they say, is closed. Remember, that's why the eyelashes is the way that it is, because something was covering the eyes. The hair was just all straight down and everywhere. Why would they compare Kenneka Jenkins to the Mona Lisa? And then he goes on to say she had a rough weekend. Didn't Kenneka Jenkins have a rough weekend? It's incredible. See, I sat back and I've watched, I've looked, I've listened to all of the narratives, all of the testimonies, all of the moves, different ones made and things. And it struck me as odd because this was something that was in the planning some years prior to it actually happening. This was already in the works. But yet people gave a narrative to this case. They said, well, Kenneka was killed because she witnessed a murder. Help me to make that make sense. So even if she witnessed the murder, why would they go to great lengths to have her come to a movie and yet end up at a party at an establishment to when we had literally seen two fake Kennekas in two different TY lives at two different establishments. We see a fake Kenneka walk into the establishment twice. We see a fake Kenneka walk in the halls of the establishment twice at two different times, getting off an elevator. So with all of this that has been said, why do people continue to keep saying that that is the real Kenneka Jenkins? And what does that have to do with anything? Help me to make that make sense, people. What does that have to do with anything? You literally have 2 to 3 to 4 different girls playing Kenneka Jenkins. And yet everybody is still up in arms with that and saying, yes, that's Kenneka. She walked the halls. Oh, I can't sleep and I can't do this. I can't do that. And, you know, I mean, people, come on. What did all of that have to do with anything? What did the live, TY's live, have to do with anything? Everybody's reading into this TY Rollins live. Everybody's reading into it. Oh, well, you know, the guy in the red jacket, he's sitting on the bed, and then TY was with his sister, Tanasia, and they had gave Kenneka the drink. I have never seen any video to where anybody gave the real Kenneka a drink. I've never seen it. But yet they give that narrative. I have never seen a video to where the real Kenneka ever walked the halls of that establishment. I've never seen it. But yet they give that narrative. I have never seen the real Kenneka get raped in a room in Irene's life, but yet they gave that narrative. And I've never seen it. People, you have to ask yourself the question. What is really going on here? And why was all of these people at that establishment at that particular night? Help me to make this make sense, people. Help me to make this make sense. You got to help me to make this make sense. You got a timeline from 12:30 until about 4:30. So 4 hours. 4 hours. And all of this stuff was supposed to have taken place. So when you really break this thing down, how in God's name can Kenneka Jenkins be raped, sodomized, murdered, carried all over the establishment, ultimately put in the freezer in 4 hours? That's the timeline right there. I mean, that's it. When you really look at it, from the time to when we see the supposed Kenneka Jenkins come into the establishment at 12:30, because I mean, it's on video, peoples. One at 12:30, one about 1:30. We see Kenneka, the fake Kenneka Jenkins, walking into the establishment. So And even with that video content that you see, two fake Kenekas walking in, still the people just can't get it. I don't understand it. You see two fake Kenekas walking into the establishment, and yet you still call them Kenneka Jenkins. I mean, that's it. That's game is over right there, peoples. It ain't nothing that anybody can convince anybody, because if you're going to believe that a fake Kenneka walked into the establishment, it is game over. What else can anybody say? Because you've already are nefarious. You've already stupid. You've already been duped. They've already got you. They already won the game. They've already convinced you by throwing all of these videos and pictures out there to prove to you that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment, and you guys sit back and believe this nonsense. But yet, behind the walls, something big was taking place. It was the ritual night. It's the sacrifice of a black queen. But people understand that the sacrifice of a black queen has already taken place days prior to the night of the ritual. And it's already taken place. Oh my God, people. I mean, really, I really don't know what I can tell you, what I can say. Here, let's go. Here. Let's go here, peoples.
Hi, everybody. Can I make a point? Edward?
All right, Meg, you won. You said that you had something to say. Yes.
Yeah. So I just want to say, so I think that 100% you're right. Like, I'm not talking about the facts of the case. Like I said, I'm gonna watch the videos, but like I'm here for a reason because I know shit did not add up right? I know that there's more than meets the eye. It's clear, and I think for a lot, like, so the past couple of years, like, just a little quick synopsis. I'm not gonna try not to be long with this. I don't want to trail off, but I will say the past couple of years, like the pandemic and um just seeing things that we've seen, like when people show you who you are, like you see how the public reacted to COVID, like you see like political narratives, you see like just like the evil like in people just has been coming out, right? So you tend to like when you see things for what they are, it's like education, right? Right? They say that the best education is adversity, right? And that's true, right? So, and like seeing things, like you see, damn, like I would like get to see with your own eyes, right? So I think what you're doing is 100% important because people believe, like, they don't know to look at certain things in the context that you're looking at it, right? So I think the most important thing is to just educate, show people like what they're not seeing. And like I said, this dialogue is a great like it's a great avenue for it, right? And having like people have the opportunity to come on and ask questions. You have to ask questions, like you can't believe everything you see, right? Or hear, right? Like, so me, if I wasn't the person that I was, like, I can't come on here and say, oh wait, everything you're saying is 100% right, because then that makes us gullible. Like, you have to make your statement. Why do you believe it? And you have to kind of like, you have to present it for what it is, right? And it seems like you, like, from what my cousin said, and I really trust her judgment on this because she has been like on point with this case. So I think that you're doing everything right. And I think just having like these discussions
Okay, so
on a regular
before you
basis.
begin, before you
And
go on, Meg, let
sure,
me say something to you
yep,
right quick here.
yeah,
Let me say something to you right here.
yep, yep.
Okay, so I am Edward Joseph, and
Mhm.
I don't like the simple fact for people to tell me what I have to do. I am led by God and not by man. The things that I say is from him and not from me. I get it from everybody. Everybody wants to control my narrative. Everybody wants to tell me how I need to do things, what I need to do, and things like that. Until you get to know me, then you'll know how I am, why I say the things that I do, and why I do the things that I do. So it kind of irritates me when you tell me, well, I have to do. No, I don't have to do nothing but just live and die. And I don't have to do anything but just spread the narrative that has been given to me. So with that said, kind of rework or rearrange the way that you're speaking to me, because now it's slightly pissing me off when you're talking like that.
Okay, so in response to what you just said, first of all, it's God that's talking to you. Like, you should be able to hear what I said and not take it personal. Like, I'm Team Edward right now. So if the way I'm coming across is me bossing you around, that's not the case. That's not. I'm here for a reason, and that's for Kenneka, and that at the end of the day, that's what it is. So I feel like ever since I came on, and if I ask you questions, like, you are so defensive. But me, it's like, okay, so if you watch a TV show and you see, like, okay, someone telling you the facts, but like no one's disputing it, any other person that is objective, meaning they're looking at it from a clean slate, you want to be objective. I'm not telling you how to do it. I'm just saying that this is a great, I'm giving you props, like saying that having a dialogue and having people be able to debate things. I'm not saying, I have never said anything that you said is wrong. What I'm telling you is I've disagreed on maybe people's response to like maybe sexual abuse or being like, or characters, a woman. Like, it's not even about that. I'm not telling you what to do. So like, I don't understand. Is that God talking or is that you talking? I'm not telling you what to do. Like, you're so defensive. I don't understand. I'm just giving my opinion.
Well, see, the Lord talks to me when he's giving, well, okay, listen to what I'm saying. God talks to me when I am giving this narrative, but you are telling me in your exegesis, in the things that you're saying, you keep saying you have to do this, you have to do this. This is Edward talking. This is not God talking. This is Edward talking. I'm human. I got feelings. I got thoughts. I got views. I'm just telling you what pisses me off. I'm just being frank with you. You get to know who I am. You get to know how passionate I am. You get to know what makes me mad, what makes me happy, what makes me laugh, and things like that. But I'm telling you right now, when you tell me that I have to do something, I take offense to that. And that's just being frank with you.
Well, you're taking it to like a whole nother level. I'm saying that because I'm saying that it's a good thing that you're having a dialogue and you're having like live streams, like, and you're having people discuss things and you're having.
Well, then stop telling me what I have to do and just say what you need to say to me. That's all.
To do it.
That's all I'm saying.
Why are you yelling at me? First of all, why are you yelling at me? Like, I'm not being disrespectful to you. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying that this is the best way to go about it by having a narrative.
Well, no, ma'am, you will come to understand who I am.
I'm sorry, you're sensitive. Okay. Okay, and
you will come to understand who I am. See,
I'm defending my.
You've never been on my live, so you never understood. Meg. Listen to me, ma'am.
Listen, I'm an adult.
Ma'am, Meg, listen to me.
Whatever. Ooh.
I mean, what the heck is going on?
You keep trying to overtalk me, and I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to give you some insight as to who Edward is. So just be quiet and listen. Now, see this, you will, ma'am. Let me tell you something. You will never make it on this channel because you don't understand who I am.
I would never
you need to understand who you are talking to before you start to go ranting and raving about this and that and the other. You go 1,000 miles an hour and you don't listen, man. Everybody on this channel knows who Edward Joseph is. Everybody on this channel accepts who Edward Joseph is. They know that I scream. They know that I holler. They know that I curse or anything like that. But they know that I love them to death. Get a chance to understand who I am before you start talking all of this nonsense.
We just had a disagreement on the way that things were verbalized, and like you're screaming at me. So how are you trying to build an audience? We can disagree, but it's not personal. Like, what do you like? You're tripping over what?
No, see, bro, please,
like,
please somebody in this chat room, please educate this girl on who Edward Joseph is.
I was like, not, but like, why are you talking about yourself in third person?
Can we just use our stop skills for a minute, please? Because
I'm with you.
I can't take no more. I'm trying to find out what's going on, and this is just, I have to deal with this every day at work. I don't like all the yelling and screaming. I'm sorry, but I can't deal with it. So just let's come to a conclusion and let's just talk and use our stop skills.
You guys are way too in your feelings and things. And I am just literally trying to educate you guys as to who Edward Joseph is. Okay. I just clearly told her that there's something that I don't like, and just change the narrative on how you speak. It is nothing personal. This is just who Edward Joseph is. I'm letting you guys know who I am. Some people who's all in their feelings and things, they can't take how I am. So if you
Mr.
don't
Edward,
do the things that sets me off,
Mr. Edward, you already said what you're
telling me what to do, and then it will be fine, man. I'm listening to everything that you're saying.
You already explained what your expectations are, so okay, I get it.
Your point came across.
Point taken. Expectations are taken very well.
Thank you, Keisha.
Good Lord Jesus. Now, can we continue?
Deborah. So, just to be clear, Edward, like how I'm saying things is not meant to be any disrespect. So I don't want it to come across. So just so that we're clear, and if I didn't pedal back earlier and say that it wasn't meant to be disrespectful to you, that's what I'm saying to you now. Okay. I'm just saying, like, as part of someone that participates in social media and different topics, that I think this is great. What I was saying was, I think this is great that you're doing this and having this dialogue. I feel like we disagree on maybe the presentation, but it's a moot point at this point. There's no need to beat a dead horse. No need to beat a dead horse. So what I really wanted to say when I came back on was to ask my cousin Deborah if she could lead a prayer for Kenneka.
You want to lead a prayer for what?
Kenneka. We're gonna see if my cousin Deb
Okay.
could lead a prayer for her, because there's so much negativity stemming from her death and what happened, that it'd be, I think, a positive thing for her, just to give her love and light would be a positive thing.
And let's be mindful of everybody else also that's here.
Mm-hmm.
Must be mindfulness. Because I'm trying to get the truth, and I'm trying to get on here, and you guys know more than I do, and I'm just here trying to figure out also. I haven't studied anything on this case like that. So
Same here.
Be mindful of everybody's expectations and where we're going. And if you guys even, I know everybody's emotional about this case, and just let's use our stop skills and let's not disrespect everybody on here. I'm doing the best I can, so I'm just listening to everybody's commentary. And
thank you for that.
I'm following everybody else. So thank you for that. And nobody's trying to disrespect you, Mr. Edward. We know what your expectations are.
Let me say something here.
Excuse me.
Okay, see, you guys are coming in and you guys haven't understood what I have dealt with for the past 4 years. You guys have never seen anything other than what you're seeing now. So you guys don't understand why and how I run this chat room. I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to be obnoxious. I don't mean to be disrespectful or anything of that nature. I just am who I am. And this is what I tell the people. You know, a lot of people are just all in their feelings and things. A lot of people don't like what I say. A lot of people don't like what I do. But if you really understood me, you understood where I stand. I have a good heart. I am a minister. I am a man of God. I'm a person who prays. I'm a person who trusts, believes, and keeps the faith in things. But there's just certain things that I have to keep in order. And the one thing that I always like to say, and I'm just straightforward and direct. When I'm telling you something that's irritating me, hear it and then just take it and then make adjustments to that. If I'm never provoked into doing something, then you will never get that point. You'll never get that side out of me. But if I'm telling you to stop telling me something, then stop. It's just that simple. It ain't no need to continue to keep trying to make a big issue out of it. I told you what affects me. When you're telling me what I need to do, then I'm bouncing back and I'm telling you, don't say that to me. And when you do that, then we can be just fine. So do you understand now? I'm not a bad person, ma'am. I'm just like straight poor. This is just who I am.
Okay, with that being said, we need to use our stop skills. Hey, hey. I work at a treatment center, so.
Well, hey, people, hey, chat, let them know who I am, because they'll understand. If you guys ever watched any of my lives, then you can understand who I am. But
it's all about respect. Let's just have respect for everybody.
Set aside from how I speak in things, you got to look at the quality of the content of what I bring.
Oh God, my nails are too long. I can't type. Okay, so are we going to
say
continue?
something. You know, I love each and every one of you to come on and be on my panel and things and stuff. I mean, this is absolutely wonderful, because you guys are bringing a new, fresh look to the Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. You know, this is the first time ever since I've been on YouTube that I had a panel of ladies. But what ladies understand, I don't like for people to be in their feelings. I like for people to be strong, to be able to speak what they speak and not be in your feelings and things. So don't take offense to everything that I say, because, you know, anything that I'm saying, I'm not directing it to you. I'm just passionate about the things that I do and stuff. And so the way that I come across may be a little stronger, maybe a little hard, but you'll get used to me, because I'm just a little small teddy bear.
You are on mute.
Okay, so Meg, did you want to speak now? I'm listening.
Come on, let's go.
So I feel like, I think that maybe you have experience in doing what you're doing. And I think that people have like
tomorrow I'll give it to
like
you
in a disrespectful manner, or when you had mentioned that people like get you mixed up or whatever about what your intent is, or what, you know, whatever your experiences are with other people. That wasn't my intent. For me to come on and say I think it's a positive thing, that I think that this is exactly what you need to be doing. I'm not saying like you need to be doing this. Like you're like, for me to say like this dialogue is amazing, and like educating people, like that is key. Like people aren't going to learn without education. And like you're like taking it as me like needing to tell you what to do. Like, okay, the day one, okay, okay. Yeah, okay. I'm not understanding what the point is. You want to build an audience. I think you're doing amazing. But I mean, like screaming at the people that are like engaging with you and like having a dialogue, like there's no disrespect. I don't know why, I don't know where that went. But I will say that I don't tolerate disrespect. Neither. But that, I'm telling you that was not my intent. But there's not a certain narrative that I have here, but like just to go like ham on someone just for like saying, hey, you're doing a great job, keep it up, and like taking something I said and like making it out to be something different. I feel like that is a consequence of you having different experiences with other people, and that's not what my intent was.
Okay, so since I have been doing all of these lives, I have never had a problem with anybody in the way that I talk and how that I talk until you guys came on the board and things. I mean, people listened to my narratives, people loved it, people chimed in the chat room and things like that. So maybe it's a difference in opinion. Maybe it's just a different way that we view things or see things and stuff. You know, you guys are
I think it's
women. I am a man.
communication. I think it's
I had
communication.
experience
I
with
think it's
different
communication.
chat people and things and stuff. I had to fight. See, now, okay, Meg, this is the one thing that really irritates me is that when I'm talking, I really don't like for other people to talk or try to over talk. I am a gentleman. I sit back and I listen. And so I expect that in return. So, you know, as we continue to conversate, you continue to understand where I stand and what my expectations is and what I'm trying to do. Whether the chat room grows or whether it doesn't grow, that is okay with me because at the end of the day, there's always going to be someone who's going to listen to my narrative. There's always going to be someone who's going to want to conversate with me and things. But we are going to have to find a fine balance in things because I'm just one that just does what I do. Now, I'm not a mean person. I have good intentions. There's things that I love to do and want to do and stuff. But you got to understand me as well as I'm listening and trying to understand you. So let's just try to find a wonderful balance in between our indifferences is all that I'm saying. Don't take the things that I say so personal because it's not personal with me.
Who are you hugging? A cat? Can we continue? Or
Who's got a cat?
I don't know. It looks like a cat. Somebody was holding, hugging. I don't really. I can't
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah, we can continue. Okay, so people, so all right, so
Everybody
now
good?
since I know where most of us stand, Keisha haven't really taken a stance, and Meg haven't really taken a stance because they haven't seen the lives or they haven't really dived into the case and things, and so we'll give them time to look at my lives and get caught up and understand what my narrative is and stuff. People's, let me just say this: I love each and every one of you. You guys bring a certain quality, a certain flair, a certain pizzazz to this live. And everybody is going to be chiming in because I got an intelligent group of ladies right here in their own right. And I mean, I'm just blessed. I can't even say, you know, much of anything because I mean, you guys are who you are. Give me time to understand you is all I'm saying, you know, because I'm not used to this. I'm not used to having different ones to kind of try to mellow me, so to speak. And I know you guys are right. I'm just going to be frank with you. You guys are right. I need to learn how to communicate a lot better than what I'm doing. But it comes with my experience in life. So work with me. That's all. Work with me. You know, I get it. Everybody tells me that I can attract honeybees with honey more so than vinegar. So could y'all do that for me? Just work with me. Keisha, your microphone is muted.
Oh shoot, you're right. I'm listening. That's all I have to say. I would never tell you what to do on your channel. I'm just listening. I just want to, you know, just go forward. That's all. I would never tell you what to do.
Nosy Bug, you are very provocative person and stuff. You need to stop it. Okay, stop all of the nonsense and stuff. I mean, everybody has their own personality, their own style, and things like that. You are provocative with all of that madness. Leave that stuff alone. All right, peoples, this is the Kenneka Jenkins chat. And so we're talking about Kenneka Jenkins and not talking about people's getting in all their feelings and things like that. So now, my question is this, people. Where do we go from here with this case? Because I need for all of you to take a stance. I need for you to really dive in deep and dive in hard with this case. I need you to share this content because that is the only way that we're going to be able to reach the masses. Now we are growing. A lot of people are watching us, and the narrative is changing as I go and as I view a lot of the different YouTubers' pages and things. The people are challenging the people who's giving the narratives because they have watched my lies. They don't accept the BS that they have been saying for the past 4 years. I come with a different narrative, I come with a different flair, I come with a different way, and rightfully so. It is time to hold these people accountable for the madness that they and the various things that they've been saying for all of this time. So let's go. Let's dive in a little deeper with this case, if we will.
Okay.
So y'all know something. Meg, she's just too sensitive, y'all. But she'll get to understand who I am. Okay, so Island Girl, I know you may not want to do this, but can you just do a little recap on what you had mentioned to us last night? So give Keisha and the other people who's chiming in a little sense as to what you had saw with Kenneka Jenkins' body being in state at your establishment.
Okay. Um, this was the beginning of September, the first week of September. There was a body came. It was a body being transferred to my facility, to where I work at. I work at a medical examiner corner. So I got a body. Well, we got a body, and the body that we got, it was a girl. It was a badly decomposed body, and the body was. It was really decomposed. It was really bad. But like I was telling Edward, that the girl that's in the video in the freezer, it wasn't the girl that was on the gurney. The girl that was on the gurney, she was badly, she was decomposed real bad. She was bruised. Her face was bruised. Her back, her arm, her neck was bruised. And she had whips on her body as if somebody was whipping her. And in her inner thigh, it was raw, like looked like someone had been set on fire, and it the skin peeled off. That's how it looked. And her she had marks on her body. The like someone had already did an autopsy on her. and the body.
See,
Huh?
people, what Island Girl had basically mentioned is the various things that I have been saying for the longest time.
I am.
But see, Keisha, the crazy part about it is, like I said, the girl that was in the freezer,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't the girl on the gurney. And like I said, her body was decomposed real bad. It was beaten, bruised, and everything. But on the autopsy report, it shows that the death was undecided. But they had her name on there. But at the time, I didn't know who she was. It just had a Kenneka Jenkins on the report. So when I
She,
found out about this case, and I was looking, and I seen the girl in the freezer, and I'm like, well, if she's the girl in the freezer, her name is Kenneka Jenkins, then who is the girl on the gurney?
my God, my Jesus, ooh, mm. That just took like all the wind I had out of me.
Well,
I oh boy, you just settled me for a minute. I
I'm
just,
sorry.
that's okay. Woo. Mm. I'm sorry that brought tears to my eyes. I
Yeah,
yeah,
it was bad. It was bad. It was hard to look at.
yeah. And by you explaining it to me, it just brought tears to my eyes. So I I can't even imagine. Um, I'm stuck right now.
Well,
I don't even know what to say.
I
Sorry.
mean, I can just imagine what she went through. You know,
I
what
can
they,
only imagine. I can only imagine what she went
yeah,
through. I um I can I'm not gonna say I can feel it, but I can see it. Um I'm lost for words. Just it just took my whole body. How can someone treat you like that and do those things to you?
yeah,
Unbelievable. 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 Unjustified.
Okay, so let me chime in. Meg, if this is your line of expertise, then you need to come on and then you need to express it to all of the people. Island Girl have literally seen Kenneka Jenkins in the status that she was in. People, I
Jesus.
have told you that this was a murder mystery game. I told you that this was a satanic ritual and that they would go ahead and they would do all of these different things to the body. They will defile the body, they will have sex with the body, they will beat the body, they will cut the body, they will do every heinous thing to the body. Now, let me make this thing clear to everyone. I understand that we all have differences in opinions. And this is a very sensitive topic to talk about. You know, it's a very sensitive topic. Do you not know that I cry all of the time, every time that I go on live, every time that I look at this case, every time I see her pictures, every time that I see these videos and things and stuff, it touches my heart and it touches me and things. Well, okay, so Meg, you know, I'm gonna tell you something, Mel. I am trying to be nice and things, but I'm not going to be Mr. Nice Guy no more and stuff. Everybody in the chat room knows who I am and how I am and things. I run the chat room the way that I run the chat room. I've only tried to be nice to you because your aunt are and things, you know, have invited you on and whatnot. I don't like sensitive people. I don't like mess, madness, and confusion. I have already told you who I am and where I stand in things. If that is not acceptable to you, then I'm just going to say it's best for you to leave, because we won't mesh very well if you cannot accept the various things that I'm saying. You're taking it too personal. You're taking it to heart. I left it alone. If you got expertise, bring it on and then talk to us about it. If not, then you know something? Sit back, be quiet. Sit back and be quiet. Now I'm trying to be nice and I'm not trying to go there. But now you're pushing me there. I've never had anybody that I had to just really like go through like this and stuff. But come on, Mel. You know, I run this thing the way that I run this thing. And so if it's not acceptable to you, then leave. That's it. But we are going to continue. We're going to continue. We're going to move this thing the way we're going to move this thing. So either you're going to be a part of it or you're not. But stop with all of the extra stuff.
Can I talk now? Can I talk now?
You got the floor. I haven't said anything.
I don't know like how it even got here. I don't even know, like, what are you tripping on? Like who's like disagree with anything that you're saying?
Ma'am, it's not a disagreement, and I don't really care if you agree or not disagree in things, you know. But the thing is that you have to learn who I am and how I run this chat room and stuff. If you're going to bring some content, bring some content. You're a nurse, you got expertise. You know what bodies is and how they decompose. You do all of this stuff.
Yeah, and I'm a hospice nurse too.
And talk with us and things.
Yeah.
But get out your feelings. Because it
no,
ain't
like
about
my feelings. I just don't like. No, like you are in your feelings. Like you have been disrespectful, like from the jump. I'm only responding to what you're saying or saying in the chat. I'm only responding. I'm not instigating anything. Like I'm just not going to be disrespected. I don't go for that. I'm a good person. You have like the wrong impression of me, and I don't like it. It's all good. No one's here for an argument. That's not who I am.
Well, ma'am, let me tell you something. You know, there's a lot of people who don't like Edward Joseph. There's a lot of people who don't like the way that I am, how I talk, and things like that. You say that you don't like to be disrespected. Well, I haven't disrespected you yet. Not yet. I have been trying to be nice. I have been trying to be cordial in things and stuff. Your problem is that you just don't like the way that I talk to you. And what I'm trying to get you to understand in here, I'm the captain. I'm the boss. What I say goes.
I don't want to be no
And that's
captain.
just it. It
I don't want to
ain't
be
no
captain.
other way around
You know
that.
what?
Now,
I'm gonna
if
just
you want to
exit.
talk,
I'm gonna exit.
talk.
No
Bring
one,
your
no
content.
one wants to over. No one wants to be the captain of the ship. Trust me. I was trying to be positive and help you out and like, you know, and be supportive.
Okay,
but
so Meg,
you're
excuse
so
yourself
sensitive.
because you're way
I'm
too
gonna,
in
I'm
your
gonna.
feelings.
Bye.
I am
Have a good
sorry
night.
that
Have a good night.
it didn't work out, but excuse yourself. Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry, Keisha, but that's just the way that I roll. If the people are too in their feelings, well, then they're too in their feelings. They don't need to be in here. I am not going to change the way that I run this chat room for nobody. That's it. I built this thing the way that I built this thing. If the people can accept it, well, then they can leave. That's it. I didn't ask her to come. She decided that she wanted to leave. She's all in her feelings. She takes everything too personal and stuff. You see that everybody's in here do not have a problem with me because they know how I am.
I know your
Don't
expectations.
tell me what I can do in my own chat forum. Don't tell me what to say. Don't tell me how to feel. And then we can get along just fine. But when you're all in your feelings and things, well, then you need to leave because, like I said before, and I will say it again, I don't like sensitive people. There's going to be topics that is going to be very sensitive and stuff. And when the people start to get all mushy and mushy like that, then it's time for you to go because at the end of the day, we can't get anything done because I'm not going to sit around and cater to nobody. I'm Edward Joseph. I am the way that I am. People can accept it or they don't. They don't have to come here. I didn't ask everybody to come here. All I said was come in, bring your content, and then let's talk about the case. But if she's going to be all mad and pissy just because of the way that I talk, well, then you know something? Get out. But you know what I normally would have said, but I'm only being respectful to her because of the young lady that invited her. Normally, I would have said, get the fuck out of here.
I was going to say that.
Get the fuck out of here. I was trying to be nice.
I was going to say that.
Let me make this crystal clear to each and everybody. If you don't like how Edward Joseph run his chat room, then you know what you can do. You can get the fuck out of here. It's just that simple. And then I wouldn't miss you.
Oh, Jesus. My phone's dying. I'm going to hook up my phone. Oh,
all right, people. So you heard what Island Girl had said and things. You understood that of what had happened to Kenneka. I told you guys that this was a satanic ritual. This was a murder mystery game. And she had the pleasure of seeing Kenneka in the status that she was in. And she just literally brought validity to the very things I've been saying about this case and stuff. It is unfortunate, people, but it's true. This is the things that they do. I told many of you that we were going to be diving deep with this case. It's going to be a lot of horrific stuff that you guys may see. And it's going to be a lot of horrific stuff that you're going to hear. But that's a part of the ritual, people. This is what they did. And they didn't only do it to Kenneka, but they did it to all of the other people there. People, when you do your own research, then you'll come to discover the things that happen. And it's unfortunate, but it is reality.
sad to say she was blowing my high. Sorry, Mr. Edward.
You said what again?
She was blowing my high. Sorry. Oh God.
I feel you, Keisha. I feel you.
So
Wow, I feel sorry for what was the young lady's name? Deborah, the one who invited her.
yes, sir. I don't even remember.
Well, I don't want her auntie or someone to stop watching my lives and things, but then there again, people's, I am who I am, and I'm just not going to change. I'm sorry. It's just this what it is, I mean, either you're going to come in and listen to the content, share with the expertise, and stop with all of the ranting and raving and things and get out your feelings, or, get the fuck out. It's just that simple. Deborah, I am sorry that your niece or the young lady, whoever she is to you, I'm sorry that she exited and things, but she has to understand who I am. I run the chat room the way that I do.
She left?
I don't mean to be rude, obnoxious, or mean to anybody, but it just is what it is.
She left?
Yeah, she left.
I was in the chat because I kept going in and out, and it sounded like it started to sound like chipmunks. Everybody was starting to sound like chipmunks. So I had to get the heck out of there, off the live. So I didn't know she left. Well, she kind of like snapped at me. I don't know. I wasn't trying to. I just
well, she doesn't understand Edward Joseph. She never been in my chat room, and she takes everything so personal.
My cousin's very opinionated. She doesn't know, and I'm just learning you myself. Times I've listened to you, so I heard you say that before, that you didn't. You'd be telling me what to say.
Right, your cousin is very opinionated, and I am too. But then at the same time, your cousin needs to understand that when she's coming on someone's platform, she needs to be respectful to what the person is telling. I don't like for people to tell me what I need to do. I take offense to that. And I told her that, but yet she took it a whole different way. All I said was, I'm listening to what you're saying, but stop telling me what I need to do. I do what I want to do. Now, see, after all of this time, I have not used the curse word, people. So I'm doing good. I'm doing very good.
You're doing good, Mr. Edward.
She just left.
Now, Nosy, you made me not curse, okay? So I'm listening to what you're telling me.
This is the first time I've ever been on a live chat. I would like to continue after you speak to Miss Deborah, so we can keep going. It's getting late.
All right, I'm done.
No, Miss Deborah, take your time. We about to get a storm here in Connecticut.
I'm just gonna sit and listen. I'm here though.
We already got ours, Keisha.
Well, I love you, ladies. Hey, I love you, ladies, because you guys are just keeping it real.
Yep, it's coming tonight at midnight, and I got the day off, so I'm trying to enjoy it before anything. If the power goes off, I'm done.
Oh wow.
Connecticut, I'm up here in Connecticut, so good Lord. But I made sure I cooked that fried chicken and collard greens before it started. Oh my goodness. Mr. Erwood, I have to ask you a question. Are you there?
Okay, go right ahead. I'm listening.
You probably said it
I'm here.
before,
I'm listening.
and I'm trying to figure out, because of, we went over a lot of content and everything, and I know Miss Island, Miss Island lady, she did explain. But what I'm trying to find out is, did Kenneka die inside Rosemont, or did she die before she got there?
No, Kenneka Jenkins died at Rosemont.
Okay, when she
died at
first
Rosemont. She
arrived?
died in the kitchen. Based upon the research that I had done, she was killed by no.
Did we lose connection? I can't hear you.
No, I haven't said anything. I was just waiting for
okay.
you to finish with what you were saying.
Yes. Inside or before she got there? And I want to know if it was quick and if it was fast.
It wasn't quick. It wasn't fast. Based upon the video that I had, Kenneka Jenkins suffered mightily for almost a whole day and night. She have literally been raped continuously. She's been beaten continuously. Just like Alice said, it was a very slow and painful death.
Okay.
She was raped continuously at the DoubleTree. She was knocked out, and then she was dragged over and put in the terrace outside. She was thrown in the dumpster till it was the coast is clear before they were able to bring her into the establishment. When they brought her into the establishment, they brought her to the room. That's where you see the picture of her lying on the floor, and one of the gang members was sitting up over her. From there, they have taken her to the other room to where they had sodomized her. And after they sodomized her, that's when you seen Charles Nesbitt carry her into the kitchen, and they laid her down and they choked her out. And when they choked her out, that's when she died. When she died, that's when you saw her lie in state, because her body was frozen in that manner. And that's when he had placed her in the freezer. But a lot of people think that the beverage manager had killed her, but the beverage manager did not kill her. We see a video of the beverage manager. We see a video of the security officer, the guy that was in the black hoodie, and there was another guy that was there that has assaulted the girl who had played Kenneka Jenkins, she was the one who we see found in the casket.
Jesus. Mm.
Everybody said that that was Antonius Evans, but I don't believe that was Antonius Evans. I believe that that was the same girl who was attacked that night, because we clearly see it on video. She was in the between the dock area in the hall, between the dock area and the kitchen. That's when you see her kicking up. Let me show you the pictures.
Ooh.
This is where they tied up and choked Kenneka Jenkins out. Oh, I need to share my screen. I'm sorry.
You okay, Keisha?
I'm good.
This is the pole to where they tied the plastic bag. There's the freezer. What I'm trying to do is go back to the pictures of what I had of Kenneka fighting the beverage manager. I mean, not Kenneka, but the fake Kenneka.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so people on Facebook, do not text me. I am going to Facebook. Here is the picture right here. The person kicking up, but this is not the girl. But here it is of the girl fighting. There is the fake Kenneka. There's the beverage manager. There is the guy in the black suit. There is the security guard right here. And then there's the other guy right there. You can clearly see the beverage manager have the girl by the head. It is a video, a moving video, but I'm going to find that video and I'm going to show you guys. But you guys can see the silhouette. Okay, now look at the color of the beverage manager. Look at how his shirt is, because there is where his shirt cuffs up. There is his extended arm right here. And then this is the girl down there who played Kenneka Jenkins. Now, here is the other picture right here. I think I showed that one, but that's a close-up shot. Okay, y'all see that? Now, look at the beverage manager. There is his shirt, the same guy as you can see right there. The same guy as you can see right there. You see that? The same guy as you can see right there. So then this is a big, see that? So everybody tried to say that that was Kenneka Jenkins being assaulted, but Kenneka Jenkins did not get killed by the beverage manager. There was no way that the gangs was going to allow him to kill her. So come on, people, you got to help me make this make sense. This is stupidity at its best when people spread that narrative that Kenneka Jenkins got killed by the beverage manager. He did not kill her, but he killed the one who played her.
Wow. That's deep. Yeah.
Here is Kenneka Jenkins lying on the floor when they brought her over to Crown Plaza. As you can see, this is a video because you can see the play button right there, but it's a screenshot of the video. This is when they brought Kenneka Jenkins over to Crown Plaza. It is a video, people. A lot of people think that there wasn't video that was being played, but they videotaped everything. Here is the piece that was stuck on Kenneka's pants when she was dragged on the dock. She was in the dumpster.
Can you blow it up on the screen?
Yeah, this is as far as I can go right there.
Okay.
See, when then here is Monifa in the freezer. As you can see, Monifa had that little thing on her head. This is the entrance into the freezer. She's already preparing for Kenneka to be in there. Her job was to videotape and take pictures. As you can see, let's go back to Kenneka's death photos right here. Here is the thing that's on her pants. Here is the thing that was in there with Kenneka. Monifa's headband. There is the thing that's on Kenneka's pants. As you can see, Kenneka's was bruised back here because she was kicked and battered. Y'all can see the bruises.
Mm-hmm.
There is the headband. Why was the headband behind Kenneka? You can see the bruises right here, clear as daylight. Okay, people, so I'm going to go back to YouTube. Somebody has sent me a video. So people from Facebook, don't text me because I'm going to Facebook. People from Facebook, do not text me because I am going to Facebook.
Oh, it's not charging. Die. 5 seconds.
Okay, people, so we're going to take a look at this here.
Yep. It's gonna die.
Go back just a little bit to retouch on something that we just touched on in the last 2 weeks. Please excuse the dog's barking, and if Kat starts choking herself.
What the hell is wrong with my damn charger?
Peoples, let's stop all of the cat fighting in the chat room. Let us stay focused upon the case. We need to be respectful to each other. Now, you know, this is the very way of how you can get blocked out this chat room. Let's stay focused upon the case and not upon each other. People, you already know how I roll. I don't like to mess madness and confusion in the chat room. So let's just keep it 100. Let's be respectful. Let's focus upon the case and not upon each other. All right, let's go. People, I am about to go to Facebook, so I'm asking you to stop texting me. Oh my God. Okay, so let me just make this crystal clear to everyone. All right. I'm trying to protect everyone's identity when you send me things and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying, don't text me on Facebook. Don't text me on Facebook if I'm going there. It's just that simple, people. Do not text me when I'm asking you not to text me. Watch the live. Watch what I'm doing. Wait until I go somewhere else and then text me. But if I'm telling you don't text me while I'm going on Facebook, Don't text me while I'm going on Facebook. It's just that simple. All right, people, so let's go.
For my attention, I have to run and there is no pause button. So guess what? You will be running with me. But this is serious, so I really need to do this. All right, so we're gonna go to the death investigation of Kenneka Jenkins, right? Where's my paper? Where did I write it? Here it is. Good. So then we're gonna go to this one. And then we're gonna scroll until we hit. Hold on. One more. 0119 JPG. Boom. So this is the picture in question. Okay. Now, obviously, taking a look at it like this, from this point of view, okay, this is where everybody's seeing Kenneka, including myself. I can see Kenneka's full entire face, but it's this thing, that little X in the background. That's what we're looking at, okay? But when you zoom in, clearly you see her face. So it's extremely creepy. There is another photo I want to touch on before we left this part. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a screenshot real quick. Okay. Just wait till that leaves. So at first, the way I was sent the photo, it looked like she was like leaning up against it. Obviously, that's not Kenneka. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, why am I able to see her in it? You understand? It's weird. Back here, there's also what looks to be like a black hooded, like a hoodie, but you can't really see it on this picture. I can, but it's not great. So that's the picture I'm looking for. Just give me a second. I don't know if I can find it right away or not. I don't see it. But again, that is just a metal piece, but I can see literally everything of Kenneka's. I can see her jacket, her arm, her hair, her nose, her lashes, her forehead, her mouth. I see it all. So I don't understand that. And I'm not, well, I can see it. I don't know if you can see that hoodie in the back there. But anyways, that's not what I'm here for. So let's get out of this now that we got our pictures, right? 96,000. Wow. All right, where am I going? Photos. And we're going to go here. I'm going to go to edit. We're going to blow it up. And then we're going to go to mark it up. Because I want to show you what I'm seeing. Because a lot of people did ask me to do this. Because they didn't understand what I was seeing. So let's go here. Let's do a little thinner. And let's do a bright color that we can see. All right. So right here where that white stuff is, I see like her jacket, like her arms crossing this way. Then I see her hands. Okay. Then I can't zoom in any further, but right here I see her head. Here I see hair hanging. It's like a side view, her nose, her forehead. Oops. Yeah, that's her eye, her cheeks. Okay. And it honestly looks identical, right, to the position of what she was laying in the freezer, but the opposite position. Now, keep that in mind, the opposite position, right? Let's just say done. And let's get out of here real quick. Let's go to YouTube. No. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Go to my channel. Come on. All right, go to library. My videos. Here we go. Again, I apologize for the puppies. All of them. All right, hold on. It should be right around here. Here. Hey, babes. Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, babes. Hello, hello, hello.
Boom. So in this video, please, 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 please go back and listen to this. Okay. I'll play a little bit of it. Let me make sure I'm still recording. Yep. I'll play a little bit of it just so you can hear what I was saying. This area of stuff that is on her pants, stuck on her pants. Okay. And the pattern. This is basically the side I see her in the dumpster. This is precisely what the dumpster has in it. Hold on. I'm going to take you to the dumpster. Oh, I hope it's this one. Hold on. There. Now, we went over this already. I've went over this picture a few times. Number one, we got... Pause. Wait, go back. I saw the hoodie guy. There. But then... Shut up. Pause. Can you see the hoodie guy? I'm going to take a picture of that, too. All right. I came across...
So people, I'm trying to understand something here because, you know, it's not making sense to me. And see, this is why I sit back and I look at these videos and things, because I try to make sense out of what people are saying. Do you guys see anything in this video that represents Kenneka Jenkins in this dumpster? No doubt Kenneka Jenkins was in the dumpster, but I don't see what she's seeing. And then why would somebody be in the background that was the perpetrator, knowing that they taken the pictures? It doesn't make sense to me, people. So help me to make this make sense. Good night, Nosy. And goodbye. All right, peoples, let's go.
This. Now, we went over this already. I've went over this picture a few times. Number one, we got the wet floor. Number two, we have a drain. Number three, we have this big thing, right? Number four, I see a shadow man back there. Looks like somebody with a hoodie. Hold on, she dropped her toy. Okay. But the next picture gives us a better angle. They're gonna copyright me. Hold on. But I was looking at this. You can't hear the music. That looks like it was on that stuff on her back of the pants. Here, look at this. Don't this look almost?
Oh my God, that's the part I was trying to show you right there. Shoot, we're getting copywritten. Hold on, baby. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Almost identical to the color and texture of those yucky marks on her pants. Sure.
Boom. Now, I said that how long ago? When did I do this video? 2 weeks ago. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean that. Wait, no. Yeah, December 13th, right? Just recently. But then we got this.
I'm actually shook.
Well, yeah. We already talked about the picture, right? So let's just go back one more time. So this picture is what's in question. Why are we able to make Kenneka's whole entire face and body out, including hair and lashes and everything, in a metal piece? That's what it is right there. That's what we're looking at. But why? I don't understand it. It's not computing. Okay. Also want to cancel discharge changes. Hold on. Oh my God, these animals. So this is it, right? So in the video that I was just talking about, I was questioning, or I was saying that I seen like the identical dirty thickness, the gooky stuff that was on her pants in that trash can. And then I was sent this photo. Well, not this particular one, but yeah, basically the same exact photo, just passed down the line. But this is what I'm talking about right now. The shadow man here. So let's see. Let's see what we can do. We're still recording? Yes. Great. It has a mind of its own. It does what it wants. It stops recording when it wants to stop and all that other stuff. Oh my. Whoa. What was that? All right. Next. Shut up. I don't give me no breaks. Hold on. I just want to lighten it, brighten it, see what's going on. Oh, that is creepy. Oh my God. It's definitely some type of a figure. It's definitely there. What is it? I'm not sure. It's definitely like, oof. I don't know what that is, but it's definitely there. Looks like a hoodie and shoulders, but who am I to say? I don't know. All right, but that's what I wanted to point out to you before. I wanted to draw where I see her, and we did that. Okay, just in case you want to see one more time, let me see if I have a better photo. I might have deleted it because I ran out of room in my phone. This one. Right there, I see her right there. Okay, now I'm going to draw around it. Anybody want free dogs? They are so available right now. You can get them right now for free. It's too red. That will be her face, and she's facing this way, okay? Here's her nose, the eye, her cheeks, the chin. Her lips are over here because she's, again, her face is sideways. Her ear, her hairline, okay? And this is hair. This is her jean jacket. This is her arm. Here's her hands up here. Here's the other arm. Here's the cut crease because there's two arms. And here's the top of her arm. I know that's a lot. I know I'm not the best drawer, but this is what I see. And I'm being as serious as possible with a little slight humor just to keep us smiling and keep going because this is not a laughing matter. I see her face so clearly. It's disgusting. So why can I see her face? This is what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to just be hooks, okay? Two little holes. Why can I see her nostril? Like literally up her nose. I can see up her nose. Like, I don't get it. I really don't. If you get it, please help me get it because I don't get it. I love you, babes, so much. Hope this helped. Hey, babes. Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully this is
All right, so people, so I can see her when it's really close up, but when it's like far back, I can't see what she's talking about. Now, when she zoomed in on the picture, yeah, I can see it. But when she was far back, I don't see it. So I don't know if it was the same picture or not. But you know, see, people's this is why I love doing what I'm doing because you know you got to pull out the content. But for like I say, everybody see things different. Now I've been doing this for over 20 years, and you know, and I'm not saying that just because I've been doing 20 years and things that I see everything. That's why I pray, because when I pray, God brings it out to me. But that stuff that she was saying earlier, I just didn't see it, people. I did not see it. Now, I think that photo that she had in the photos that she shown beforehand wasn't the same exact photo, if you know what I'm saying. It just can't be the same photo, because I mean, if you're going to be zoomed out of a photo, you should be able to see a silhouette of the person. But when she had zoomed in close to that photo, and then she was trying to give her narrative and things, there was nothing there, people. It was absolutely nothing there. It was not until she really zoomed into the photo is when we saw Kenneka. But it had to be two different times. Now, I know my eyes is not tricking with me, you know, but come on, peoples. Hey, it is what it is. But there again, like I said, I don't understand how or why would anybody would be in the content when they're taking pictures and the girl is incapacitated in the dumpster. Help me to make that make sense. See, and I'm glad that she brought this up, because this is the kind of nefarious stuff that people be saying. You know, you can talk something into something. You see what I'm saying? You can really talk Kenneka in being in that dumpster when we clearly didn't see anything. Let's go back again right quick. I'm gonna put this on mute, but let's go back again. Let's look at this dumpster. Now, let's go back to where she was saying that she started to see Kenneka, because I'm saying, now, do you guys see Kenneka in that picture? That is a clear-cut shot of the dumpster right here. Where in the hell do you see Kenneka Jenkins in that picture? People in my eyes don't deceive me. It doesn't deceive me. And I don't care how much you zoom in, it ain't no Kenneka Jenkins right here. And she's talking about right here. And then she's talking about that there's a guy in a black hoodie somewhere in the background back here. Where in the hell do you see a guy in a black hoodie? See, people, this is what the Illuminati does. They give subjective reasoning. So they can talk someone into being somewhere that they're not. Just like I said, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment, but you can talk her into being there. All of that 36 hours of video content, where did you ever see Kenneka Jenkins in any of that content? Because these 5 girls definitely wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. And I'm not drunk. I am enjoying myself. Where did you ever see the real Kenneka Jenkins in TY's live? She wasn't. Okay, so let me go back to what I was saying, people. 911, how can I help you? You can't, because I am already dead. Oh my God, peoples, come on. Let's go back here and let's examine this for a moment here, peoples. This is what I have been saying for the longest time, and people still don't get it. They don't get it, peoples. You got to help me to make this make sense. Not this photo, but let me go to the other one. All right, peoples, help me to make this make sense, okay? Here is the person who was taking the pictures on the 9th. All right. Here he is. He was taking pictures on the 9th, right? We seen him because we seen him in a video. This was the same time to when they brought Kenneka Jenkins out on the gurney, and we saw TM and Lenore see Kenneka Jenkins. Peoples, look at the photo here. Look at Kenneka's nose right here and eyes, and look at Kenneka's nose and eyes right here. Now, we have the medical professional on. You have, peoples, let me tell you, let me show you who she is. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Island Girl 49. She was the one who was there who had saw Kenneka Jenkins in the decomposed state. She already explained to you how Kenneka Jenkins' body was when they brought her to her establishment. People, I have already told you that Kenneka Jenkins was in a decomposed state at the establishment at Rosemont, at Crown Plaza. Okay? There's the picture, people. Look at, this is the picture of Kenneka in the freezer. But he said that he took this picture on the night. People, this picture was not taken on the 9th. This picture was taken on the 7th. So whenever you take a picture, the picture has a file setting that is embedded in the picture. It doesn't change, people. So if he took this picture on the 9th and they brought her body out on the gurney and showed her to TM and Lenore, how in the hell did she get from looking like this to looking like this? Help me to make this make sense, people. Now, be careful in what you say, because I've already got the medical personnel right here who've seen Kenneka in a decomposed state. So be careful of what you say, because she will debunk you. She was there, people. She's seen Kenneka Jenkins' body. Thank you, Alice. It is absolutely impossible. It is impossible, people. So when you say that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of the establishment, how in the hell could she come to a decomposed state and be brought out on a gurney, but he had taken the picture the night that they had showed her to TM and Lenore? There he is, people, right there. Is anybody following me? Does anybody get it now? People, the science doesn't lie. I have been telling you for the longest time. Here is the guy right here. This was when he had taken the pictures, supposedly of Kenneka, the night of the 9th. The same night, just about a couple of hours later, they take Kenneka Jenkins out on a gurney. People, help me to make that make sense. People, this is why I do what I do, because you cannot say that Kenneka Jenkins was there on the 9th when we've already seen her body and she was in a decomposed state. Oh my God, peoples, come on. Help me to make this make sense now. Now, the chain of events should be like this. You come from a freezer to the gurney. When you go to the gurney, guess what, people? You go to the gurney because you be identified by the family, right? Okay, but it didn't happen that way. So what we do, we have her go from the freezer to the funeral home, to the morgue. Now, people, let me tell you something. Island Girl said that she was already cut from the chest across and down to her stomach. She was already cut from her chest across and down to her stomach. Okay? So if she was cut from the chest and down to her stomach, what is that telling you? That is indicative of the fact that they have taken out her organs. But yet she said that she was already sewn back up on the chest and the stomach. People, Island Girl had told you herself. So that is indicative of the fact that And just like Allison said, her organs was taken, people. Thank you, Trish. Thank you. There was no way she came out that freezer decomposed. Come on, people. Why is everybody spreading this narrative that Kenneka Jenkins was looking like the way she was when she came out that freezer? It is impossible. People, now you understand where I am coming from. You got to make this make sense. I got the medical examiner online right now. She told you herself. She told you what happened to Kenneka, what happened to her body. Oh my God, people, come on. When the nefarious people was talking and asking questions, everybody thought that Kenneka was going to be looking just like she was when she came out the freezer. People, she was already in decomposition. Oh my God, peoples, come on. People, this is what I have been trying to say for the longest time. And I don't understand why the people cannot get it. Lenora said that her sister was at the establishment in TY's live. So if her sister is going to lie on her sister, meaning that if Lenora is going to lie on Kenneka and say that she was in the establishment when she wasn't, why is it that everybody is trying to put this young lady in where she never been? People, help me to make this make sense. Now be careful, because I got the medical examiner assistant here online with me. I have the medical examiner assistant here online with me. Now, people, if you don't want to be debunked, save the madness, save the nefarious narrative. I am trying to teach you something on tonight. Not only that, if she was frozen in the freezer, how could they have straightened her legs out, put her on the gurney? Come on. I am so happy that I have someone who can think logically and not stupidly. Oh my God, people, you guys are killing me.
Oh.
People, come on, come on. You got to make this make sense. This is Kenneka Jenkins. People, we don't see the scar on the side of her mouth because they only took one picture that shows the side of her face. Okay? This is Kenneka. 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 This is Kenneka, peoples. I want you guys to really take a look at this here. Okay? Help me to make this make sense. You cannot go from a freezer picture and then go to a gurney picture and then go to a funeral picture. All three of these pictures do not look the same, people. So what happened, because it is the only way that it could have happened, is you go from the freezer picture where her body was lying in state to where they take her down to the morgue to where they extract her organs. Then they take her back to the establishment to where her body lies in state and where they did the ritual. When they did the ritual, people, you have already heard what Island Girl 29 had said Kenneka's body was in. Her body was beaten. Her body was ripped. Her body had stab wounds in it, cut. People, do you understand and remember when I told you in my other life that it was a ritual, a satanic ritual that had taken place on the night? Why do you think that James Coleman, T.M. Lenore, Carlos Nesbitt, all of these people from the hood be down there at the establishment, people? Come on. You got to think, people. Oh my God. You guys are making me work overtime. Peoples, help me to make this make sense. You are making me work overtime. Peoples, look. Look at all of these people who was down there that night. Okay. Irene wasn't that popular to where she was able to call to order all of these people. Well, all of these gang members was down there that night because they were called to order. They were ready and already established people. Different gang members, facial with masks on. People, y'all see that? They were already well in time. Okay. Do y'all get it now? Do you understand it now, peoples? Look at Kenneka. This is Charles Nesbitt holding Kenneka in his arms, walking her in the kitchen. It is a video of this, people. You can tell this is Kenneka because look at the stripes in her pants. Look at the jacket. Look how her leg is upright and this leg is downright because she was held from the left side. So she's held from the left side, people. Let's look at the picture. Because the picture, as she was lying in state, matches up to the very way that he was carrying her. People, look, here it is right there. Okay, do you understand it now? You guys get it now? There is the rip. This is the left leg. This is the right leg. Right leg is close to his body. Left leg is hanging down, as you can see. You can see the ripples right there. You can see the jacket right here, and you can see how she's leaning over on his shoulder. Okay, people, let's look at that. You see that? See how her leg is elevated up, people? See that? See that? It may look like a difference in color, but the color doesn't matter because the silhouette of the pants is what comes into play, people. Do you guys get it now and why she was lying in state? Because when she got killed, her body had got stuck in that position, people. There it is right there. You see right there, peoples. Look, she has the piece of the plastic bag that was tied around her neck and she was trying to get it off. That's why her hand is cuffed in the position that it's in. Because if anything is around your neck, you're trying to grab it and trying to puncture it so it can come from around your neck. That's why they never showed you the picture of her neck, people. That's why they had the hair around her neck. Now, let me tell you something else, people. I asked you the question as to why they staged her hand in the position that it's in. Do you know what the sign is right there, people? You know why they staged her hand in that manner like that? Nobody could answer that question. Well, I'm going to answer it for you. You see that? You see that, people? Right there. You see that? See why they staged her hand? Ain't nobody going to die in that position. Nobody's going to put their hand under their chin and die in that position. That was done for a reason, people. Peoples, it is just like what Alice had said. It is the Illuminati. It is a stance to where you are submissive. It is a Mason hand gesture of submission, people. Let me take you back to Dr. Oz and let me show you how he held TM's hand. Who came back? Okay, people. So I'm not going to do this tonight. I am trying to give a narrative. I'm not going to do this tonight. I'm trying to give a narrative so you guys know how I am. I'm trying to get this out here, peoples. Come on now. Peoples, let's go back to the Illuminati. Let's go back to Dr. Oz. Here, let me do this. Oz review. All right, I want you guys to look at his hand gestures. All right, people, let's go.
Hours, right? 21 hours until she was found dead in the hotel's walk-in freezer. Kenneka's mother, Teresa, and her sister Lenore are here. They're opening up exclusively about the day that changed their lives forever. And all
My apologies. Trying to see the best way to let you guys see it.
21 hours, or right, 21 hours until she was found dead in the hotel's walk-in freezer. Kenneka's mother, Teresa, and her sister are here. They're opening up exclusively about the day that changed their lives forever. I can only imagine how difficult this is. I'm going to struggle. You have an image of your daughter. It's the last image we had before she went to the hotel that evening. Beautiful young woman. Very difficult to imagine how you can cope with this tragedy. I've been holding it together. Well, I haven't. You haven't? I haven't. No, you're a big sister. Yes. There's all this gossip out there, but there's a public event. That's what happens. What do you want people to know about who your sister really was? She was a great person. She was not that long. She was my best friend. She was the reason why I had so much strength that I had to talk to my mom. Can I ask you about that day? Yes. When did you guys first find out that Kenneka was missing? Okay, I was laying in the bed. I get a call at 4:34, which would be September 9th. So in the morning. So you're automatically a little concerned because you call at 4 in the morning. Yes. I don't like people on the phone. Yes. And what did you hear when you got me over the phone? And it was from my daughter's friend. And I heard she said, Ma, find Kenneka. I said, you can't find Kenneka. I said, wait, please don't leave my baby. So tell me clear on this. Right. So you get called at 4 in the morning. What's going on at the hotel? These girls are looking for their friend, right? Yeah. They said the hotel wouldn't give them no help. And as they walked around looking for my sister, they said the hotel told them if they don't leave, they would call the police on them. They're trying to find a missing person, and they're being chased off the premises? Yes. So then what did you do? I went to the hotel myself. And when I went up to the hotel, I had my daughter's picture in my phone. And I went to the front desk and I asked the manager there. I said, my daughter friends woke me up and told me that my daughter, they lost her. I said, someone please look at the security cameras to see if they see my daughter. And she told me no. She stated to me that was police matters. They couldn't look themselves. I asked them could they look themselves. The hotel is there, Crown Plaza. And she stated to me no. So when the hotel said they wouldn't look at the surveillance footage, you couldn't find your daughter anywhere in the hotel, you do what any mom would do. Call 911. So if it's okay, everybody, I want you all to hear this 911 call. Let's just play a portion. Again, she's only been gone for a couple hours. She could be somewhere with one of her friends, or again, it's only a couple hours since you hadn't seen her, correct? Or since her friends supposedly hadn't seen her? Correct. That's been about 34 hours now. Are you looking to file a missing person report? I do want to the police that went and look at the calendar. If they see all the cameras on and that. You have to get the concert with you a little bit for us to get the camera footage for us to pass it on to the detectives division. Okay. So what would you suggest? Well, I guess the only thing I would suggest maybe just give her a couple of hours, push her once more with one of her other friends, and who else would? Her friends are saying it's true, you know what I mean? What do you guys think? Are you kidding me? As a physician, as a doctor, as a dad, it just makes me angry, frustrated. You're really sitting there. I've never heard a 911 dispatch say, oh, don't worry about it, it's fine. I've never heard that. Maybe my friends are lying. I've never heard that in my life. Wait a couple hours, it's the actual wrong thing to do. And when the time is ticking, her body temperature going down. Recently, there's one scenario, which we didn't get to, but whatever's going on, carjacking, kidnapping, the time is not your friend here. Exactly. At what point did the police finally say, this is a problem, this young woman's in this? When we went, they've been They came to arrest us. That's how the police came. Can you arrest you? Yeah. And for what? And this was like 6:30 in the evening. Why would they arrest you? Because Lorna and the rest of the family member, they go upstairs. One of the kids pulled this fire drill, figuring by them pulling the fire drill, everybody would run out. But they didn't, and they was knocking on doors and all of that. They followed and it was like, with Kenneka picture asking them, did y'all see her? Did y'all see her? Because we figuring she's got to be in the hotel somewhere. So the police came as you all called to them? They came to arrest us. We came at. So did they arrest you? No, they asked me what was going on. They had no clue that a young girl even came up missing. This is 20 hours later, they still didn't know. No, they didn't have no clue. And the manager was acting clueless. They said they didn't even see her entering the hotel. So how did they find the body? Who found that she was dead? Well, the detectives told me that they found her, but when I heard it on the news and read the newspaper, I heard the police found her. But if you would have saw her in that scene, the first thing would have came to my mind, something happened to her. Like someone did something to her? Yes, like someone did something to her. Now, they tell us they don't see nothing, no foul play, no faulty play, or whatever. Are you angry that you were ignored? Yes, I'm one. Yes, I'm angry. I'm hurt also. All right, up next we have even more questions. The shocking autopsy details, they stopped me dead in my tracks. It was... Now my family turning their bodies. So as the autopsy report shows, there's a substance in the blood called Kenneka. It's just because Kenneka's blood level and blood alcohol level was 0.112. Let me show this video again. The first complete alcohol. Too much alcohol.
Island girl, they want you to put your phone on mute.
Unmute.
Yeah, because whatever you're doing, you're like moving around and stuff, and we can hear all of the
Okay.
noise and stuff.
Okay.
Keisha, I appreciate you. I know that you probably you know, and things. I appreciate you. Okay, people, so let's watch this.
Hold on. Let me see. There we go. Maybe that'll help. Let me go.
Just because Kenneka's blood level and blood alcohol level was 0.112. Let me show this video again. Her stumbling through the hall. Right? So if you probably had too much alcohol, 0.112 does not do this job. That's not what
Hold
0.112
on. Let me see. There we go. Maybe that'll help. Let me go back to it. Bear with me. I tried to upload it, but it was acting a complete.
Okay, so I did it for you. Then I'll just take it off when this video is over with.
donkey. So I'ma hope. Let me see where we left off. There we are.
Now by the family's attorney, Larry Rogers Jr. So Larry, the autopsy report shows there's a substance in Keneka's blood.
And I'm half asleep, so bear with it, y'all.
This is so I looked into it.
I tried to splice together everybody's footage that I saw and make a full set. So
Blood level, her blood alcohol level was 0.112. Let me show you this video again of her stumbling through the hall. Right? Some of you probably have had a little too much alcohol. 0.112 does not do this to you. No, not at all. That's not what 0.112 alcohol looks like. If topiramate was mixed with alcohol, but changes it. Because topiramate with alcohol can cause dizziness, slow motor skills, can blur your vision, you can pass out. Lots of things can happen that most folks would never know. They're never supposed to put them together. So we also found it can be used off-label for weight loss. Your daughter looked very trim. Did she ever take weight loss? No. Like this? No, she was trying to gain weight, if anything. I thought she was search, but then I thought, well, is it one of those party drugs? Could it be a date rape drug? And I got to say that there's no evidence that it's used this way, but we can't speculate about why topiramate was in her system. We don't know. She took it willingly. Was it passed to her? Or dropped into her drink? It's completely unknown to us, but this should never been in your daughter's body. Yes. And it wants investigation. You can't ignore finding like topiramate in her system. You think someone slipped this little itty bitty pill to your daughter? Yes. Yes. My daughter now might take a pills. That would really get me upset. Yes. Someone drugged my child. Yes. They may not know what killed her, but that led to her doing whatever happened. They caused. I don't think she walked to that place. You bring up a good point about the way she's staggering through the hallways. How does she stagger through the hallways and then go unrecognized by staff at the Crown Plaza Hotel? So we went out and we got in touch with all of that, but why was she going to they stated that they have closed Kenneka's case. They just closed it because they did not find any signs of foul play. Oh, shit. So then we asked about the alleged surveillance camera. You mentioned there was one above the freezer. Yes. Theoretically would have seen her walking in or someone dragging her in. Yes. Whatever it is, because that's a big question. How do you get a big heavy door open? I know. Yes. Right?
all right, guys. My apologies for having to go through them this way. My intentions was to splice them together and upload them as a full flow, but I guess the file is too big. It's giving me trouble this evening, and I got tired, but I know I want y'all to see everything. So
Surveillance camera. You mentioned there was one above the freezer. Yes. Theoretically would have seen her walking in or someone dragging her in. Yes. Whatever it is, because that's a big question. How do you get a big heavy door open? Yes. Right? And here's what they say. I wasn't there, but they were. And they say there is one motion-censored still camera inside the kitchen that points in the area of the freezer, but does not show the door of the freezer. So they couldn't actually see the door itself. We followed up with the Crown Plaza Hotel itself, where Kenneka's body was found, and their spokesman stated that no video shows her entering the freezer because we never had a camera there. So Larry, how do you respond to that? I went to the Crown Plaza and I did a walkthrough of the area. They had some 46 or so cameras there, and there were cameras that should have captured her progressing, apparently, according to them, toward this kitchen that did not capture her, and they claimed they weren't working. Nancy, what happened here? This is,
You know, Dr. Oz, when I think about them trying to go door to door, showing the picture, then running to the next door, showing the picture as the minutes passed and her body temperature went down, 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 down. Why was she told no? Why don't I see things in the autopsy like fingernail scrapings? Was there DNA under her fingernails? We'll never know. We'll never know now. Why would there's one thing after the next that went wrong? And when I think about what this mother has been through, and you know what I noticed about her? She'll get upset and she tries to be real calm. Why? Why would you be trying so hard to stay calm? Because I know. Well, forget my daughter because I know something's going on with her. I needed help. That's right. From the day she called me, she asked for help. And she went to the front counter of that hotel asking for help, and it was all ignored. They would not have dismissed you. No, Dr. Oz. But she knew that if she went in there upset with her voice raised, they'd kick her out. They wouldn't have done that to you. They would call because I know. Well, to get my daughter because I knew something was going on with her. I needed help. That's right. From the day she called me, she asked for help. And she went to the front counter of that hotel asking for help, and it was all ignored. They would not have dismissed you. No, Dr. Oz. But she knew.
Okay, peoples. So look at the hand. Look at the hand. Look at how Dr. Oz has his hand. Okay. And then I want you guys to look at him when TM looks at look at him when TM looks at her. But look at the hand. That is the same way that Kenneka had her hand. It is the sign of submission. But if you okay, I'm gonna explain this in a minute. Here, let me just let me fast forward this, get to the point to where I need to go. Now, there it is right there. Right there. Let me go ahead and no, come on, damn. I didn't come on, stop this. Oh, come on, man. Let me move this up a little bit. Right there, people. That's what I wanted to get at, right there. Hopefully, I can be able to. Now, see how he's looking at her? She's going to look at him. All right, there we go, right there. Hopefully, this will allow me to. How can I exit this? Exit that. There we go. All right. Let me take a screenshot of this, people. And then let me explain this to you. All right, so I'm going to save this. Now, let's go back to this, people. And then okay. Yes, I already saved it. All right, I already saved it. Let me go back to it. Okay, let me do this. There we go. Let me do this, y'all. MNOP. O. MNOP. MNO. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, people, look. Let me explain this now. See how her hand is over and down. See how his hand is over and down. Okay. So when you stick your hand in between hers, her hand will become just like that. All right. The sign is this. You see his knuckles? So his thumb is up, his hand is extended. That represents the power of a gun. So when you shoot a gun and you point it, it says pow, pow. Okay? Y'all get it? Now, when you look at the knuckles, he has 3 hands retracted back. So you have 3 knuckles. 1, 2, 3, 6, 6, 6. Well, when you hit, you do what? Pow, pow. Okay? You guys get it? Now, look at TM and how she has her knuckles. 1, 2, 3, visible. 3 knuckles. 6, 6, 6. The look, I am in agreement with you. So, pow, 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 pow. Because she's hiding her pinky and she's hiding her thumb. Do you guys get it now? So, when you insert the dominance to submissiveness, you are saying, I am the dominant one. You are the submissive one. You have to yield to that of what I choose to do to you. I am the dominatrix. You are the submissive. Do you guys get it now? The hand that is folded over in the way that they had staged Kenneka is a provocative but yet submissive stage. Do you get it now? So if I was to insert my hand, just like Oz has with TM, I insert my hand, I point the gun, pow, pow. Or if I insert my hand into your submissiveness, pow, pow, because here is the knuckles. Now, guys, do you understand? If I was to bend you over, you will be in a submissive role, okay? And so if you are in a submissive role, I have the power to do whatever I choose to use. So I will ram it in you because I have you in a submissive position. Case in point, let me ram the rod in you. Do you guys understand now the code? I bend you over, I put you in a submissive position, and I ram the rod in you. Do you guys understand it now? Is it crystal clear now? I mean, I can't explain it no better than that. There it is right there, peoples. Do you understand why now? Everything about what they do is always signs and symbols. Everything. They always go by code language. It's eye gesture, it's hand gesture, it's hand signals. It's how I stage the person, well, how they stage the person. All of that plays a role and it has a significance. When you learn how to read the signs, people, then you can understand this case wholeheartedly. But if you don't learn how to read the signs, you will always be lost. There is a reason why they did everything that they did and staged her in the manner to which they did, people. Do you guys understand it now? Everything that has happened that night is signs and symbols. Peoples, I am going to show this and then we can go ahead and start this another live one tomorrow. Is late. So I want to show this and then we can do another live tomorrow. But let me show this right here. Peoples, it is very important that you hear what she says. Listen attentively because you do not want to miss this. You will understand the satanic ritual. You will understand some of the signs and why these people wear and do what they do. Okay? Listen attentively and then we'll talk about it tomorrow. Let's go. He had mentioned that because you guys need to get it. I don't know what part it is, but let's just recap. Probably about right here. Let's just see. But listen to the different signs, symbols, and signals. Let's go, peoples. Let's go.
Well, her whole assignment was to record Kenneka's death, and she did it on her glasses, and she overlaid it in the live videos. It kind of takes imagination to look at it. Sometimes you can see Kenneka, and other times you're like, "Is that her? What are they saying? Is that her talking?" You really have to bend for some of it. But I thought that was ingenious. But that was her role. And you know, when you look at this girl for 3 days like I have, you're thinking that's not an Irene. That's like a Ian. You know, because this is definitely a tranny. This girl's not a girl. This is a tranny. And another thing with that, Monifa, her Kanika's best friend, total tranny. Both of those girls, total trannies, and that's never come out anywhere in these stories. But both of those girls are clearly boys dressing as girls. One of my pet peeves. I don't judge people, but it's a pet peeve of mine when we're lied to. At least tell people, hey, I'm a transgender. Hey, I'm really a guy. I don't like this trickery stuff. That's fraud to me. But anyway, interestingly enough, this Crown Plaza Hotel, you know how the Illuminati are with their blood sacrifices and christening stuff. Bill Murray's family is in the deals right now that they are building this 11,000 square foot Caddyshack type restaurant inside this worm infested Crown Plaza Hotel. Where it's like the Hotel California. You can check in, but you probably won't check back out. It's that bad. There was several people died the weekend Kenneka did, but hers is the one getting all the mainstream press because she's young. So imagine this: Bill Murray putting a big restaurant inside this hotel known for prostitution and organ trafficking. And the freezer he'll be using for his restaurant is the one that they found Kenneka's body in. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence. And so the coincidences just keep piling on. There was an entire cast of characters involved with this, and they're just one of the most insane things I've ever seen them do. Maybe because we're just getting smart now and we're learning how they do things. And I'm slow, like I said. If they're doing something for 100 years, I'll catch on. I'm slow, but this is crazy. I didn't even. Okay, this is what they did. That was never Kenneka Jenkins walking through the hallway drunk. First of all, when I watched one or two videos, I was screaming, "That's not her! That's not her! That's a fake!" And I'm screaming at my computer, and I'm watching all these videos and screaming, and that's when I finally stumbled on Chosen King because he was saying the same thing I was saying. So I liked his series he has out because that was not Kenneka walking through the hallways. That was a fake. That was a lookalike. It wasn't even a lookalike. She was 60 pounds heavier than the original Kenneka. And yet, coroner even put that in his report for Kenneka. He said she was 159 pounds. This girl was a mouse. She was like 90, 100 pounds. She was a small, petite girl. And he put the lookalike's weight on his coroner report for her. I thought that was crazy. And the coroner, Frank Markle, is the guy who owns a blog online for organ and tissue donations. He's a big organ guy. How would you like to have that as your coroner? Coincidence? No. And the hotel doesn't release any photos of the police investigation of what went on in the basement. All they show is the coroner there signing off some personal effects that Kenneka had on her body and giving that to the police. One of the things was Kenneka's watch. And someone was saying it was the other one's watch, Monifa, but I also saw a different picture, and Kenneka had that watch on. She was standing under a door with the numbers equaling 9/11. So people are calling her the 9/11 blood sacrifice. She had this big watch on. It looks like a man's watch. It really does. It's kind of big for girls. And inside of it is the Eye of Horus and a heart. In other words, I love Lucifer. It's basically what it is. And she's tangled up in this Illuminati world already. She was set up to be a sacrifice because your body is the temple. It's a temple. Now, who you dedicate your body to is who you serve. Our bodies are the temple of the Lord. We're living temples for the Lord. These people are living temples for Satan. And so that's why they mark it up in these demonic tattoos and things like a butterfly to indicate your MK Ultra and 5-pointed stars, which indicate Eastern Star. She's grown up in the occultic world. You ever look at these gang kids? Because they're not dumb. You know what? We might think of these kids that can't speak English. They live in the hood. That's a gang life. Some of these kids are really smart. They're smart. They're good with tech. They're street smart. They're knowledge smart. We give credit where it's due. And you run into this when you start watching these videos. Listen to these people. They're not dumb. So I was really impressed, really amazed by a lot of things. But it's also how much the occult invades these cities. I mean, it's just all over these cities. It's gang life. It's business life. They just dominate and conquer the cities with the satanic garbage. I thought this was funny, and I learned this from one of the kids. Now, Osiris, you've heard the story of Osiris and Horus and Isis. Osiris represents the obelisk. The obelisk represents Osiris, and the obelisk is the penis. This is in occult mythology, whatever. Isis always represents the vagina, and she's the wreath in Christmas decorations. She's the wreath, represented for Isis. Horus, the eye of Horus, is actually the butthole. So when people are putting that circle above their eye, that round circle, they're representing and symbolizing the butthole of Satan. I think that's hilarious. I've never heard that before, but it's a funny one. You learn a lot of stuff. Another thing was that at Kenneka's funeral, the color code was purple. And they're saying it's because it was Kenneka's favorite color, but none of Kenneka's pictures do you ever see her wearing purple. The purple is code is sacrifice code. And so the color for this, that's why everybody was dressed in purple and had the purple headbands on, because I want everybody to know, in the know, that the death was a sacrifice, an Illuminati sacrifice, a ritual death. So they all wore the purple. I mean, she was out there. This mother wanted that all those higher ups to know that this was a ritual sacrifice, that she was sacrificing her daughter. And she was so arrogant. I was watching this one video of her, and they're having all these protests in Chicago because they want justice for Kenneka. There's a lot of people who just fell in love with this girl and want to see justice for her, even if her own mother doesn't. And her mother has been pretending to be involved with these protests and behind them. But they got a video of her in a parking garage when she's walking back to her car with a bunch of her friends, a group of them, and they're all laughing and carrying on. It's like, okay, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we'll all go bowling after the protest. And they all start laughing. And now she's even just trying to call off the protest under the guise of she doesn't want anybody getting hurt because they don't want her to protest. She's already taken the payoff money for the sacrifice. She made good money for that. I don't know how much, but she had one video where she was stating when
See, people, when you dive in deep, you'll understand a whole lot about this case. And then you can be able to understand all of the signs and things. The Eye of Horus. Guess who wore the Eye of Horus over his eye? Rico. The asshole. Satan's asshole. Satan's butthole. And then you heard Kenneka said that she was indoctrinated in this thing, but she didn't really want to be in it. That's why she wanted the new life. That's why she didn't want to be around TM and Lenore and all of these kids and things, because all of them was these Satan worshipers. But she was indoctrinated in it, and she didn't want to continue to be in that type of stuff. So she had no choice. See, people, I keep telling you, when you understand the signs and symbols and things, then you begin to understand all what has taken place. Okay, so the Eye of Horus, Satan's butthole, So what do you do to make Satan happy? Insert something in the butthole. Do you get it now? Do you understand why they had to do what they did to Kenneka? Oh my God, people, you guys make me work so hard. Peoples, we're going to adjourn for tonight, and we can go ahead and resume this on tomorrow because we have time tomorrow, but it will have to be after I go pick up my son. So now you guys have learned something on tonight. You guys have really understood and learned something tonight. Like, subscribe, and share this content, people. Get it out there and let us be able to go ahead and resume. I'm loving this. Now, see, my chat room is building. The people is on. Everybody is contributing and talking and things. Now, people, let's understand one thing. If you come on my chat, don't get into your feelings, people, because it ain't even that serious. And then also be nice, kind, and polite to each other. I don't like drama. You know, I really don't like drama. I like to be able to talk. I like for others to talk back to me, to share your narrative and things of that nature, and to learn, because that's what we all here for. But save the drama and then get out your feelings, people, and then we'll be just all right. So I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2022 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. People's mask up and be safe. Island Girl, did you want to say something before I click off?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, peoples. Well, tune in again, y'all. We're growing. And I love this because everybody is tuning in. And I hope more people will come onto the panel, and I hope more people will come and share. Because when you share, you care. I'm loving this. I'm loving it. This is what I envision. But stay strong and get out your feelings. God bless you all. Thank you for watching. Okay, people, that's it. That's all. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, my? It's a blessing to see you on tonight. People, so I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, that is it. That is all for tonight. And if the Lord says the same, I'll be back on tomorrow, peoples. You guys be blessed and get your rest. Then I will see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.
So it's official. The legislature just called a special election November 4th, Proposition 50, the Election Rigging Response Act, responding to what just happened in Texas. Donald Trump and Greg Abbott trying to rig the 2026 congressional elections before even one vote is cast. They also just announced they're going to invest over $100 million to defeat this initiative. And that's why we need your help. We need your support. $3, $5, $10, whatever you can afford to stand up to Trump, to stand up for the rule of law, and to push back against the rule of Don.
They're seen heading for the medical examiner's office.
Found dead.
Nobody does it better. Sometimes I